opportunity today. You are all welcomed. Without any further ado, because we've got a very long program today, I'm trying to check. Our program is very long, and I won't even waste time by making long opening remarks. I will go straight to apologies. Any apologies? Honorable members, we know my first apology is that one will always be going around trying to find network. It's quite hectic. We have to go and look at the schedules of load shedding in our areas. And I know that many members are also affected by that. So that is the one issue that I know. Are there any apologies, Ari and Ayanda?
Morning, Chair. Just the following apologies. Mema Dokwe, who's unable to attend the meeting. And then Mr. Langa, who is in the meeting but requested to leave the meeting earlier, Chair. And then we've also received an apology from the Minister, who's unable to attend the meeting due to prior commitments. And then also an apology from the Deputy Minister, who's attending a hydrogen truck launch in Limpopo, Chair. Those are the apologies received, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Noted. Is it possible to put the agenda?
Sorry, Chair.
Honorable Malem.
Yes, Chair. Chair, I wish to tender an apology. I will be leaving the meeting at 1 p.m. I should be back by 3. I have a doctor's appointment, unfortunately, but I will hopefully be back by 3 p.m.
All I can guarantee you, we will stick to the program of today. We will take the apology probably for joining the meeting a little bit later, the second part of the meeting. I know we have to do justice, but also people will stick to their time. I think the apology is noted. Can we then go to the agenda? We are going to deal today with NECSA. You can see the list: NECSA, NNR, NRWDI, NERSA, not NECSA. Go up, go down.
That's actually the other document, Chair.
Yes.
Let me open that meeting. Yeah.
This is one meeting.
There you go, Chair.
SAF, SADPMR, SDT. And then we will close the meeting and adjourn the meeting at around about 16:30. Can I do something? R1, 2, 3. Let's go on the other side where we start the agenda now. Let's go to the agenda, the first part of the agenda. Four, 5, 6, 7. Then we have dealt with MinTech, MinTech, CGS, SANEDI, and Mine Health and Safety Council. It means, honorable members, in Eastern, we've got 12 if we include the department. I think this is really a very serious matter, that if we really, from a public representative responsibility point of view, were to do justice, it is very difficult that we can combine all these in such a very short space of time and will do justice. I don't know how it will handle it. Maybe it's a discussion that we must have ourselves separate from this process. I take the note of the fact that members have raised concerns about what the time allocation and the work that we are supposed to be doing. The entities of the department, if my calculation leaves the sub-entities, the entities that we have approximately are 11. And if you take entities like SEF, they will have another almost 5 or 6 entities within themselves. That is the huge challenge that we are having. Without any further delay, can we then allow the department led by, I've not seen the acting DG, whether by the acting DG, to take us through the entities as outlined, and then we will, when they are done, we will then have questions of clarity, and subsequently we will adjourn at 1 o'clock and reconvene at 2 o'clock. Let me hasten to say, though, in that regard, I had spoken to some of the leadership of the entities, that the fact that an entity is put far behind does not necessarily mean they must always be ready that if we do well and we finish early, we may call the entity even if it was going to be after 2 o'clock. So I had requested most of you who are at 2 o'clock that have someone in the meeting whom will indicate to you that the committee will require them to be here. Can I then give in to the department and the entities as outlined in the agenda? Please try and stick to your time so that we don't have a backlog with regards to the time limit.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Chairperson. Honorable members, our colleagues, which is our DDGs, chairpersons, board members, and the CEOs, and other colleagues of our management. I would like then to introduce all the entities that have been identified, as the chairperson has just said, where we will start with NECSA, NNR, NRWDI, and NERSA before lunch, and then after lunch, then we will do SADPMR, SEF, and SDT. To start off with our presentation, we will then we'll ask NECSA to do the first presentation. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, DDG. David Nichols, the chairperson of NECSA, and the team from NECSA here is myself, Adila Chawan, who is the chairman of the Audit and Risk Committee, Louisa Taibashi, who is the group CEO of NECSA, Precious Hawadi, who is our CFO, Tabo Talani, who is the MD of NTP, and Amesh Natta, who is the MD of Pelchem. So thank you for allowing us to give the chance to present. Can I first ask if someone can put the presentation up, please, while I'm doing that? Thank you, Chairman, honourable members, members of the department and other state entities. I'd like to start with an apology. It's always good to start with apologies in these meetings. I wish to apologise for not being present when the Portfolio Committee visited the NECSA site about 2 weeks ago. I apologise. I had a prior engagement organised a year in advance in Mauritius, so I had a choice of cancelling my holiday or missing the meeting, and I made a mistake in not cancelling my holiday, I suppose. I apologise for that. I understand the meeting went quite well. I'm still looking for the presentation. Louisa, who's driving the presentation?
Yes, Person, we're waiting for the rights to be given to.
Then I'll keep chattering as I go.
I
apologise for that. I'd just like to say a couple of words before we get into the presentation. I'd just like to say that I would comment strongly with the committee that I hope the visit to NECSA site was informative and all your questions were appropriately answered where they can be. I will comment that you will see in the presentation, we've done a lot of work turning the organisation around in the last couple of years, and that's not been helped at all by, of course, by COVID and all the financial problems that led to us. What is notable is that the loss for this year, which was projected at nearly 200 million rand in the last cycle we presented, is now looking to be somewhat less. Last year is looking to be somewhat less than 100 million rand. And in fact, the projected loss for this financial year is looking at 23 million rand, which is in fact a significant improvement on the target. And we are essentially from next year onwards, we should be running in a profit situation, which I think is a good turnaround and several years earlier than previously projected by the same team. I think it's also quite notable that we haven't had to call upon the Department or Treasury to actually provide extra funds to allow us to overcome the problems brought in by COVID-19. So the management team is doing very well. And while I'm waiting for the presentation, I'll just go through So the first slide that you will see when it comes up is just my introductory remarks before I hand over to the CEO. And it's noted we've approved the corporate strategy and the rationalization and the integration of the strategy, the rationalization, and with that the KPA and the KPIs based. The structure's been we restructured and reduced the overheads of the organization in terms of essentially, although the three companies still exist as companies, a lot of their corporate activities have now been collapsed together. We are keeping track carefully of the macroeconomic environment and the policy. And we believe we're getting more agility by having a better structured organization, and particularly the newly gazetted NIP 2050 may make opportunities to the company in the going forward with the proposed nuclear build program. That is still not in our budget as such, but its opportunities may arise. We clearly are driving to try and improve our transformation, although I think we're in a reasonably good shape now. Clearly, it's been difficult to transform when we've had a complete halt, or essentially a virtually complete halt on recruitment and budget constraints, but we are moving in that direction. And before I hand over to the CEO, I just comment, I believe NECSA has turned the corner. We've done it in a steady way without major shocks to the system. We've absorbed the damage that COVID-19 has done to us and the shutdown that occurred all around. And I think that we are now looking at a positive way forward. And essentially this year is the break-even year. And we should be getting back into a more comfortable situation in the years to come. So with that, I'll hand across to Louisa. Louisa, the floor is yours. Sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'd like to greet the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, the members of the committee, the DG, acting DG, the DMRE officials, our Chairperson and Chairperson of the other institutions that are present today, similarly CEOs of the other institutions, as well as the colleagues that are in our fold today. For the sake of the bandwidth, I'll switch off my camera. I think at the outset in presenting the corporate plan for NECSA, it is crucial to always go back to the basics to say what actually gives us the mandate to operate. At the outset, it is the Nuclear Energy Act, which is our founding act, Nuclear Energy Act of 1999, Act 46 of 1999. And it's very clear that the view for NECSA to be established is to focus on nuclear research as well as exploit the outcomes of such a research or such research outcomes, and also collaboration with other entities for beneficial use of nuclear technology and radiation sciences. We also have the Nuclear Energy Policy of 2008, which is very clear in outlining the different institutional role players in the form of NECSA and others like NNR and the other organizations, wherein it's very clear that NECSA, in addition to research, part of the focus is related to manufacturing and engineering capability to support any nuclear program or nuclear technology that we have. We also have a couple of sustainable development goals that we linked to, because we are part of the international community, as we usually do talk in the International Atomic Energy Agency, which is a sub-agency of the UN. And these goals talk to clean energy, good health, sustainable economic development, and the like. So it's always important to align to those international or global goals. We have the IRP of 2019 as well, that talks to nuclear, getting ready for nuclear energy for 2,500 megawatts. Our role as NECSA is that of being a manufacturer of components, being an engineering and the project management part of the organization, supporting any build in that regard. And obviously future operations, because we do support the likes of ESCOM, Quebec as we speak now. Then we've got the MRE strategic plan. We keep monitoring the terrain in that domain to ensure that we stay aligned to the shareholding company. And then the economic recovery for the country. That is very crucial, because as we've suffered the hardship from COVID-19, we need to make sure that we stay close to what the country aspires to do, because we are a creature of statute and we are fully owned by government. We recently have the National Infrastructure Plan 2050, which does talk about nuclear technology as part of the mix well into 2050 and beyond. And we are positioning ourselves to ensure that we play a significant role as it pertains to the nuclear terrain in the country and beyond. The next slide, please. So as part of the strategy that we have developed, we have looked at the situational analysis, and we utilized two tools that help us with this situational analysis in the form of the PESTEL and the form of the PESTEL and the SWOT, strengths, weaknesses, threats, and opportunities. And as part of the PESTEL, let's go back. As part of the PESTEL, the political aspect has looked into the issues related to the health, because part of our work, which we do, relates to the health aspect of the business. And it's important to monitor the Department of Health and the drive to improve the accessibility to healthcare in all aspects of health, because we do produce some nuclear isotopes for medical purposes in the form of cancer treatment and cancer detection and cancer treatment. There are also other opportunities that we are looking at in the form of Caterpillar, wherein we want to produce some medicines to alleviate the burden of diseases in this country. There's a need for nuclear medicine in the African continent, and also to support the RP, and also to assist in the joblessness situation in this country, make sure that people are meaningfully employed. And the economical aspect, we looked at the SOCs and the scrutiny that they are facing, and the forever changing fiscal terrain and the constraint that the fiscal is facing, and ours is to try and alleviate our burden to the fiscals. And also, like I've said, the impact of COVID-19 is very important to look at, and because it looks like COVID is with us and it's going to be with us for a long time. So we need to find a way to move around that in terms of how do we continue with our economic operations despite the pandemic. Also on the economic front, we're looking at beneficiation of our resources going forward and make sure that we create the fortunes for South Africa, as well as bringing the foreign income in various aspects. Socially, the nuclear has got a negative connotation, and that has been visible in this country and beyond. But what we need to do is to show the positive aspects of nuclear going forward, and we need to make sure that nuclear benefits humankind and that is visible. And I've spoken about the high incidence of diseases that have a large effect on the quality of life. Sorry, I hear someone talking. All right. So the burden of diseases, like I've mentioned, socially, we need to make sure that we give clear access and easy access to these medicines. And the indigenous medicine, which is used wisely and the culture can be maintained and enriched through the value addition via radiation techniques. So that is important. Technologically, the growth expertise of radioisotopes with good medical applications. We do have different isotopes that we identify every now and then to do targeted cancer detection and cancer treatment every now and then. So those technological advances are very important to move forward. The changes, the technologies, we need to make sure that our production and our manufacturing is linked to the ever-changing terrain of manufacturing processes outside, especially to the areas that we directly supply to. And the beneficiation of various materials such as uranium, zirconium, fluorspar, those are very important for us because they play a central role in the nuclear domain that we are in. Environmentally, the effects need to be mitigated in terms of, like any other process, it will always have some impact, but what we need to do is to manage the impact and make sure that it's limited to the best possible extent. And also our environmental regulators are very important to make sure that we will conform to the required regulatory zones that we are limited to. And the resource management and efficiency will remain important in the business as the drivers. Legally, we do have quite a couple of things that drive us in the form of PFMA, BBBE, and CGMP, and the regulatory environment as far as possible in the radiopharmaceutical SAPRA. And I think it's important that IAA becomes part of that, even though it's not legal, it's more on the guiding principles, but as a global citizen, it's important that we conform to that. The next slide, please. And then on the SWOT analysis, very high level, I won't go into detail on that. NECSA has a name and it's got a track record in commercializing products such as molybdenum iodine. And we also have proven our track record in the integrated management systems that we've embedded and also the compliance to the regulatory regimes that we have. In terms of the weaknesses, we need to make sure that we improve our plant, the fluorochemical plant, because it has been sub-economical, and we're looking at ways and re-strategizing on how to improve that. And we also need to make sure that the limited capacity that we have on some of our operations is improved by improving the capacity. And I think most importantly for me is the business culture that we need to improve upon. And we must take it and make sure that we run as a corporate. And what we need to do then is that as the corporate plan does look into the opportunities, our opportunities are looking at growing the demand for the nuclear medicine products locally and internationally, exporting of fluorochemicals to the rest of the continent, to Asia and Latin America. And we have plans afoot to ensure that we increase that. Diversification into broader fluorochemicals portfolio. It is also important that because we have large fluorochemical fluorspar reserves, we need to leverage on those and ensure that we can benefit our country. We need to also work with and collaborate with other entities and structures in the continent to ensure that we move forward as a continent for the beneficiation and also for the benefit of to benefit from what we beneficiate. In terms of the threats, there are various threats which we are managing through our risk management framework. I will not dwell into detail on those, and we just need to stay vigilant on those because this market is a forever shifting market, and we've witnessed that during the COVID situation in 2020. The next slide, please. So as the chairperson did highlight that one of the key things that has been done was to rationalize the business because it could not continue operating in the same approach it was. We had to embark on a rationalization process. In as much as that had been discussed in the past, but really the work started going in full strength and in full zest from December 2020. And there, I think that this timeline does show that we've had a very extensive consultative process with all the key stakeholders, in that labor has been in the fold from all the key sessions that we had. And I think during the portfolio committee visit to our site in the last few weeks, this was very clearly visible when the labor spoke and expressed their views that they've been part of the process and they are supportive of the way we are going. We pulled our staff on board to make sure that this becomes a organization-wide versus a single person perspective to life. And we've also pulled our board. The board has been very supportive and challenging us in many aspects. And I won't go through each of the blobs, but the most important milestone is August 2021, wherein everything that we did, launching the task team, having the visioning workshops, board looking at the strategy framework, and also having all the other meetings. In August 2021, we had the board approving a revised strategy that was focused on rationalizing our business. And beyond August, we had a structure also that was approved so that we can reorganize ourselves because we found that there was a lot of duplication in many of the different areas of our business. And we had to find a structure that is optimal in driving our business forward. And we have started populating that structure for what we call level 1, which is my direct reports. And I must say that when you were here, we had 2 gaps in the structure, and we've interviewed for those. And we're hoping that in June we'll have the 2 incumbents, and it will make our structure 100% fully populated at that level. And I think up to March, end of March this year, we are looking now at moving people to the requisite areas, rationalizing the business and making sure that we populate the structure appropriately and we can implement in full zest. How I want to look at the rationalization process is the first phase, which was last year, was really looking at planning and strategizing. And this financial year is really a year of action, wherein all of those things that we promise in the strategy are the things that we want to make to come to reality through the corporate plan as we move forward. Thank you. The next slide, please. And as part of our strategy, because this becomes the center of everything that we do in our business, this is what I refer to as a strategy in a page, in that we have the mandate, the vision, the mission, and the values, which is really the foundational aspects of our strategy. And I think most importantly is the values. We had about 9 values in the past, and now we've distilled that into only 5, because you need values that can be articulated by everyone on site in the NECSA group, all the way from the bottom of the organization to the highest, with ease of reference. And this is most importantly around, and also create an acronym that can stick in people's minds. So we've got an acronym EASY, which talks to excellence, accountability, safety first, integrity, and innovation. And I think we've gone to quite an extent to speak to our staff, and I had a physical meeting with our staff wherein we took this to the basics on things like accountability. Before we go into the textbook description, the key issue here is around, can I be counted on to do what I'm supposed to do? Whether I'm a cleaner or I'm an engineer or I'm a physicist, can I be counted on to deliver what I ought to deliver and also to deliver it on time? So we're trying to distill this and make sure that it's clearly, people can assimilate it and can articulate it, so that as we develop our leadership and our operational approach, it is based on these values. So these values become the NECSA way going forward. At the top of what we want to achieve is a financially sustainable organization with efficient operation.
Mr. Jabashe.
Yes, sir.
Injury time is always 5 minutes.
Oh, I thought I have an hour.
Continue.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll try and speed up then. Okay.
You know what, there's a program director to ignore what is in the program.
Okay, well noted, Chairperson. So effectively, the 5 pillars that we have to support that view of a financially sustainable organization with efficient operations and good governance is the financial recovery and sustainability. Followed by research and innovation, which is really the essential foundational aspects from the Act, which is the research in nuclear technology, profitable commercial enterprises, because we've set up a few divisions or subsidiaries to make sure that they are market facing and they draw money and revenues from the outside world in a commercially responsible way. And also the business continuity and efficiency, I think that talks for itself. But most importantly is the talent excellence and high performance culture, because we need to change our culture, build on what we have and make it even better, supporting the operations. The next slide, please. It's frozen. Okay, so I won't go into detail on this. We've spoken about this strategy leading to a structure which is almost fully populated. And move on to the next slide. And I think going forward, what we'll be doing is our reporting on the corporate plan is based on those 5 pillars, which is outlined below there in line with the pillars of the house. And then we've got the KPIs that are linked to each of those, because as that is our strategy and approach of doing things, we need to do everything in line with those pillars going forward. The next slide, please. Okay, so if we look at just at high level, the financial recovery and sustainability as the first pillar, key things there is the financial performance, and that we need to have a net profit that is moving in the right direction. So we are looking at still having a double-digit loss in 2023 financial year, the year that we are in, but turning around to positivity. And I must state that our internal challenge is to make that break even. I think with the foundation that we'll build on from the previous financial year, which is currently being audited, will provide a good foundation for us going forward. And then most importantly, and around the financial part, is the audit outcomes. We are pushing, because we've had disclaimers, and what we are pushing is to have an unqualified audit opinion. And our team is hard afoot on making those happen. Research and innovation, there are the respective KPIs and KPIs. I won't go into those. I think they're clear. And but most importantly is to make sure that we go towards commercialization on most of the things that we do research. Profitable commercial enterprises, we need the net profit because that's what they are set out to achieve. The next slide. And then on business continuity and efficiency, there is operational safety aspects, the compliance, which is so crucial in our business. And we have our nuclear reactor, which is a safari of operational availability. And this is supported by the aging management program to support the operation. And then we are pushing to have a replacement of the safari in the form of the MPR, the multi-purpose reactor. And we've got some key milestones for the subsequent financial years. And also there is a decommissioning and decontamination program, D&D program, which is articulated through the annual plan of action, which is shared with our shareholder, and we're looking at being compliant with that as well. The next slide. And then on the high performance culture, we've got performance management, which is so crucial to driving a high performance culture, as well as the talent management and culture. And also the transformational aspects of our business are very crucial. Next slide. Sorry, go back. Thank you. I think I'd just like, Chairperson, if you can just indulge me, I'd like to give to the CFO, Ms. Hawadi, to just take us through this slide, because it is important, because this is where NECSA has been suffering. If I can give you, Precious, just 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, CEO. Good morning, honorable members, all protocol observed. In terms of the financial objectives, there are 2 levers that we have been working on to turn around the organization. The main one being the revenue, and we have been hard at work to ensure that we can increase revenues, not only through what we normally get as a grant, but also diversifying our income. And I think the members can see that there is quite an increase in terms of this trajectory going forward. With the expenses, which is the second lever, we have been really concentrating on these to try and see how we can optimize the work that is being done by the current resources we have. So what we have done, and there was a question in terms of our salary bill, which was quite extensive, and what we have been doing is trying to do more with less. So we have made sure that we have been very prudent in managing our expenses, and also ensuring that with the vacancies that we had, we have actually tried to minimize those and use our current resources to stretch those to do more with what we currently have. And then at the bottom, what we do see is the projection that we had previously presented to the committee. So previously we had envisaged that the turnaround would start in the financial year 2025-26. However, we have brought that forward to say that in the current financial year that we are in, which is the red bars, that we should then start seeing the break even starting to kick into effect. So while we have projected a negative 23 million for the group, we are hard at work to envisage and to ensure that we can at least bring this to break even. And with all of the various profits and work that is underway, including the work on the balance sheet rehabilitation, we are trying to and starting to see a turnaround within the entity. And this is what the CEO has indicated has been our focus areas, especially in the past few months, to ensure that we can really start seeing the results of this turnaround. Thank you so much, CEO, and back to you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hawaji. I think just also, it's important to state that we've pretty much survived by cutting the costs, but you can only cut to a certain extent. Right now, our primary focus and the work that we are doing very hard on is to increase the revenues and look at new revenue opportunities. And we're looking at multiple projects that are there. And the most important ones are, for example, the MPR, which is the continuation of Safari. We need to diversify our nuclear radioisotope products, similar with the fluorochemicals. And also in the manufacturing aspect, we started doing some work for Quebec. We want to do more work for even other companies outside. So there are many other projects, but it's also important just to highlight that because this came as a topical issue when the members visited, and that where does Caterpillar fit into this? We are integrating and we are moving forward to have an integrated healthcare business within NECSA, and Caterpillar forms part of the second phase of that strategy wherein we're pulling together what is currently being done by NTP radioisotopes, amalgamating that in phase 1 with AEC Amasham, which is one of the subsidiaries that we have, which is currently doing the housing and distribution, and dovetailing Caterpillar as part of the second phase of that strategy. So it is well within the strategy, and I think when the question came, this is how we answered it, but we thought let's put a slide. Then as we move on to the stakeholder framework, we're looking at all the stakeholders in this wheel, and we're making sure that we've got a clear footprint on each of these stakeholders and understand the issues and concerns that each of the different stakeholders have. As a means of conclusion, Chairperson, if we move forward and say our corporate plan is aligned to the approved strategy, which is the strategy was approved in August, and the corporate plan submitted in February this year. We are very much aligned, and this plan is clearly aimed at deriving that. The key activities in the plan seek to improve and grow NECSA as it delivers on its mandate and the shareholder compact through strong governance. The strategic, commercial, and high-impact projects will ensure the long-term sustainability because we are in this game for the long haul. And our 5 strategic pillars, which I won't read again, they have got measurable targets and then anchored on strong values, which you see on the left-hand side, which is easy and will drive the performance right across the NECSA group. And these values have become the NECSA way. All our group parts or subsidiaries and divisions, they will be using these values as a foundational aspects and as a culture. And financial outlook is very positive, showing stabilization and steady move towards profitability and a stronger balance sheet into the future. With that, Chairperson, I'd like to thank you very much, and I'll hand back the reins. Thank you.
Thank you, Louisa. I'll now hand that back to the acting DG.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think we'll move now to NNR. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, DG, fellow colleagues from SOE's chairpersons and CEOs. My name is Mzubanzi Bismarck Quebec, and I am the CEO of the National Nuclear Regulator. I start off by conveying my chairperson's apology, who could not make it here because of other conflicting situations. And with me, I have Ms. Nontsikelelo Kote, who is our strategy executive, and also Mr. Takalo Nechibazwaulu, who is the chief financial officer. Ntsiki will take you through, Chair, the presentation, and at some point she will hand over to the CFO to do the financials. If you allow, Chair Ntsiki, please take the floor.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Chair. May I request permissions to screen? I've been disabled to share the presentation. Thank you very much. Here with the presentation from the NNR of the annual performance plan for 2022-23, and we'll start with just the highlights on the amended strategic plan. And these are the table of contents for what we'll be discussing briefly with the committee. Chair, as you know, the NNR is a creature of statute, and we just thought it worth mentioning here that we are enacted through the NNR Act 47 of 1999. When we first developed our APP for 2022-23, we went back and applied the scenario planning model of looking at different scenarios as they permeate. That is another way of doing the landscape scan or situation analysis. And we envisioned multiple alternative futures, which were plotted against two opposing factors, namely good performance of the economy versus poor performance of the economy. And the economic performance was juxtaposed against two probabilities, the one being the maintenance of current capacity for nuclear energy, and on the other end, it being the implementation of the Integrated Resource Plan, the IRP. The chair and the committee will recall that these are done a year in advance, this type of planning. So it was actually in 2019 when this strategic plan was crafted, such that by the time the IRP was approved, we had already plotted our scenarios, as it were. And the picture that emerged looked something like this, where we have the economy on the vertical axis, and on the horizontal axis, we have the nuclear energy. Either we maintain it on the left, or on the right, we implement the approved IRP, which we know became the resultant scenario. Therefore, as the regulator, we identified that we are operating within these conditions that are prevailing. That is, we are operating in a space where the economy is performing very poorly, and yet on the other side, there's been the implementation of the approved IRP. And when you look at that as a regulator, you are already anticipating certain things to happen, and that allows you to plan accordingly. And such things are, how would the economy, the poor performance of the economy, for instance, affect the operators or the licensed operators under our purview? Are we likely to see a lot more surrenders of licenses because companies, and especially in the mining area, are not able to continue with viable operations, which eventually became a reality once we hit COVID-19. So that is the importance of this scenario plan that we did. Therefore, the strategic plan that we then came up with identified certain outcomes based on this particular scenario. And we came up with about 12 outcomes, as you can see. Pardon me, I don't know what happened with my numbering. It's supposed to start with 1 to 6 on the left, and then 7 to 12 on the right-hand side, where we are intending in the 2022-23 to provide independent radioanalytical verification capability. That is a lab of our own to process and to verify the outcomes of the environmental effluents and all the activities that come from the operators, so that we can have an independent analysis. As you know, they do give us what they have done, and we then run our own analysis so that we can see if it is within regulatory limit in terms of the emissions and the radiation thereof. And the rest are stated there, Chair. In the interest of time, I'm not going to enumerate them all because you're going to be seeing them now as I go through the slides again. In terms of programs and priorities in the strategy cycle, that is from 2020 to 2025, our sites and our activity has zeroed in on these, the nuclear installation site license NISL, and we were processing the application for basement site specifically. And we looked at also the application for the long-term operation of Quebec nuclear power plant. We're also exercising regulatory oversight and having engagements with NECSA regarding the Tabana pipe store extension, as well as the proposed multi-purpose reactor, which I believe is now almost in full swing. The steam generator replacement project at the nuclear power plant also is under our keen eye. In terms of what we are doing internally, we are constructing a site office in the Cape Town site office, because that is where we have some of our regulators placed to exercise with proximity the happenings and the going-ons of the nuclear power plant. So we have had to look at our office space there. We have had regulatory concerns in the strategy cycle regarding the NTP radiochemicals complex, and we continue to look at that as well as the regulation of additional storage for used fuel in all our operators. If we were to zero in on what the regulator is looking at specifically at the nuclear power plant, spent fuel storage, as I have just said, the long-term operation of that plant, the reactor pressure vessel head replacement, transient interim storage facility, red waste management, and the steam generator replacement. We have had at this time public engagements and public hearings regarding the NISL, and we conducted them successfully in the first and the second quarters. The final one we held during the third quarter of 2021, that is engaging with the communities around the proposed nuclear installation site in Basement. So that means the community came, interested parties came, and we held discussions and answered questions together with the necessary stakeholders, to the extent that the communities found solace, or at least got answers in terms of the questions that they had posed. When it comes to one of our other bigger operators, NECSA, what we are looking at is the aging management of Safari 1 the application of the nuclear installation license for the GNS, Tabana pipe store expansion, the regulatory nuclear emergency exercise, and the exercises that we also conduct with them via the Madibe municipality, uranium residue projects there, and operational safety of molybdenum, that chemical that has been stated there, Chair. I will not try to pronounce it. When it comes to NRWDI, the regulator has been having a back and forth in terms of the discussions with NRWDI, and at this stage, then NRWDI had addressed some of the previous comments of the regulator, and the regulator is in engagements with NRWDI, and in this second quarter, we had already communicated with them the outcomes, the regulatory outcomes and decisions relating to the various applications they have with us. Insofar as norm activities are concerned, this is a naturally occurring radioactive material. It includes the mines, scrapyards, and other such facilities that are not necessarily the nuclear power plant or the nuclear research reactor. So we tend to just group them under one house called the NOM. So we continue to regulate authorized facilities there. And we do note that we have had, or there has been rather, negative press that relates to mine dumps, particularly at Tudor Shaft informal settlement, Chair. Some of which we have responded to, but just worth noting perhaps that we realize it is a multi-stakeholder challenge. It is not necessarily in the purview of the nuclear regulator. However, from time to time, it lands on our doorstep, and we do have to engage in the best way possible. When it comes to the strategy map, these are the 12 that I spoke about earlier, the list of 12. And in the white box, it is the actual outcome. The blue boxes is just the indicator or the KPI that is going to measure as to whether we are indeed achieving that. And Chair, as you can see, the bulk of our outcomes, or at least half of them, are in the regulatory space or regulatory perspective. We are using the balanced scorecard approach here. And that is really the core business of the NNR. And in the internal business, we've got 3 such. And the learning perspective, we don't have necessarily an outcome, but we have a project that we are running, which is ensuring that we are able to take our different employees, when they come and they qualify, they have different qualifications, whether it is nuclear engineering, nuclear science, and different disciplines under which the regulator works. But we want them to turn them or to induct them into regulatory business so that they become regulators. And that is something that's not found in the curriculum of the other institutions. So this is a big project for us because we want to be able to train and certify our own people. And we are aligning with the necessary authorities, the SAQAs of this world, so that our program is accreditable and it is seen to be of value, Chair. And the last perspective, of course, is the financial perspective, to make sure that we are still a going concern. And all of those arrows that make it seem a little bit messy, just really want to indicate that there's alignment. Everything that we do is pointing towards the one big aspect of our work, which is to maintain the implementation of regulatory programs to assure effective nuclear safety. Chair, these are now the details of each of those outcomes. Just going through the one is to say that we have an outcome and we target as such according to the framework, and each quarter has got deliverables and activities, and it is against this that we then report quarterly, and it is against this that then we are audited by the Auditor General. I will not then go into such detail because this is now that strategy map broken down and taken into its granular levels. So at this juncture, Chair, I'm going to hand over to my CFO so that he can continue with the next part of the presentation, which is the financial overview. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ntiki, and good morning, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and the distinguished guests in attendance of the meeting. The NNR is financially healthy and have a sound balance sheet. And we do have adequate working capital to execute the plan as presented by Ntsiki just now. So in the slide that we are in now, we're just highlighting our current assets as our balance sheet stands. Maybe of importance is the extreme right gray bar, which indicates that we do have about 104 million on our cash as at the end of the financial year. So most of this money is what we have put aside to implement the project in Cape Town for construction of our office. We have broken ground there. We have handed over the construction site to the service provider. We are now forecasting that the building will in total cost about 58 million. So we do have got cash at hand to be able to execute that particular project. And the other bluish graphs indicates our receivables. We have been collecting our data quite convincingly, but there are some of those entities, as Ntsiki has indicated earlier, that some are going through liquidations, some are restructuring their operations. So from time to time, we do have those that we are dealing with in terms of trying to collect what can be collected as and when there are liquidations or discontinuations of operations. Ntsiki, you can go to the next slide. So the current slide talks about our non-current assets, which the blue line is mainly our property, plant and equipment. And Chairperson, the amount is in the main is our building in Centurion, the head office. Now this building, Chairperson, we procured it about 10 years ago as being financed. Now I can say that, Chair, by the end of next month, which is June, we will be paying our last installment, meaning that the building will entirely belong to the regulator from henceforth. That blue line, Chairperson, on our next presentation to the Portfolio Committee reporting the results of the current financial year, which is 2023, you must expect a spike there because we'll be starting to capitalize the construction costs of the projects that we're doing in Cape Town. So that that line will start to go up. It will make a 10 and start going up. Going to the next slide. From a revenue point of view, Chair, we are sitting at about 348 million as a projection. 86% of these come from our operations, which is the license fees and application fees that our applicants and our licensees pay to us annually. Percent of that is about the grant. Now, Chair, the 86% part, we have proposed the annual increase of the authorization fees, and our Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy has already recommended the percentage of increase, and it awaits the concurrence by the Minister of Finance, after which is going to be gazetted, and then we factor it into our invoices. But at the present moment, we are already issuing our invoices using the previous financial year rates, and as when the gazette comes, we just send, we just do a second invoicing for the adjustment fee or the adjustment rate for the financial year. So the process there is ongoing. You can go to the next slide, Ntsiki. From our expenditure point of view, our projections, Chair, as you will know, that we are a zero surplus or deficit entity as a Schedule 3A. It has to match our revenue. But from a division of expenditure point of view, we spend about 68% of our budget in our compensation of employees. As you will understand, we are a service organization. So that is quite aligned to the benchmark, which is about 65 to 70% for entities like ours. And the rest of the money, or about 28%, is on our goods and services. And of course, the provisions for our depreciations for our equipment. Chair, the regulator, from a resources point of view, we are quite on a good standing. We are ready to execute the plan as presented, and we are ready to respond to all the requests that can come from our licensees, mainly our major licensees being ESCOM and NERSA. We're encouraged by the presentation of NECSA, and at any stage when they come with their applications and requests for modifications, we are ready to respond with the skills in-house, and we do have got contracts in place to augment our skills as and when it becomes necessary. So, Chair, just from the financial perspective, I'll end there. Thank you very much. Back to you, CEO.
Thank you very much, CFO and Nziki. Chairperson, back to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We'll move to NRWDI. Thank you. We've asked NRWDI to do their presentation, please. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning.
Morning, Chair. Yeah, I'm just uploading quickly the presentation. No. It doesn't work. But can you upload it?
Why it seems as if NRWDI is not ready?
Morning, Chairperson. Yeah. Morning, everybody. We are just basic. Thank you. CEO, can I continue, CEO?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of portfolio committees, acting DG, the DG, colleagues and chairpersons from entities. I would like to apologize for Ms. Zungu, our chairperson, due to ill health. She couldn't be here. I just need to mention I have challenges here with my connection in case I get disconnected. And with the CEO, Mr. Wilson, who will be doing a part of the presentation, and the CFO, Mr. Daniel, who will
the presentation. Just a few opening remarks. I just want to mention that our
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members. My name is Alan Carlson. I will do the quick overview in terms of performance and just about NRWDI. Our governing law is the National Radioactive Waste Disposal Institute Act of 2008, and that actually translates into the establishment of an NRWDI as a owned state owned entity, as a public entity, and we are responsible for discharging an institutional obligation in terms of the Energy Act, and our mandate is also underpinned by the Bill of Rights, Section 24B of our Constitution, that states everyone has the right to environment that is not harmful to their health and well-being. Next one. Okay, our key strategic initiatives, just a quick overview of that. The first one is our centralized interim storage facility for the storage of the high-level waste, in particular Quebec spent fuel. And then in terms of our disused fuel sources, we just recently entered into a particular arrangement of the IEA to ensure that we manage in particularly the orphan sources in a safe and secure manner. Then the other initiative is to ensure that there's a smooth transition of the focus operation from NECSA to NRWDI, as indicated by the regulator. We are on the brink of getting the final the license, hopefully within the end of this quarter. And then based on our intention to also dispose of the high-level waste and intermediate level waste, we will focus on the security upgrades on the Volbit site. For us, it's very important to build and establish collaborations and partnership with our sister entities and international organizations like us. We will ensure that the public perceptions, concerns, and expectations are adequately addressed in terms of demystifying the myths associated with the disposal and management of radioactive waste. Next slide. So I will just quickly give you a brief overview. I will not focus on too much focus on our targets and so on. Our annual performance plan is informed by the National Development Plan, the medium-term strategic framework, the economy reconstruction and recovery plan, and also the Sustainable Development Goals of 2030. Next slide. So just a brief overview of programs. We have 4 programs. The program 1 is the administrative one, and then we have a 4 program. Program 2, the disposal operations, and program 3 of science, engineering, and technology division, and then our compliance department, which is critical if you are a license holder. This is for the program 2. Next slide. And we can skip. We can go to the next one. Program 2. I want to more focus on your Program 2 and 3. Chair, we have actually amended our strategic plan and revised it. Now the outcome indicator is 100% of the disposed packages that meet the waste disposal acceptance criteria as indicated. We also was focused on the security upgrades to actually pulpers at the end of the day classified as a national key point. And as per our Act, we must publish a national radioactive waste inventory report as dictated by the board. And so that is our key new focus areas. Next slide. Yeah, this is just the targets. I'm not going to dwell on the targets. Next slide. In terms of our science, engineering, and technology division, we've also revised the outcomes. And as I stated, the focus now more on expediting the centralized interim storage facility for the spent fuel of the country and other waste classes. And then we also put more focus on research and development to develop innovative solutions for all our waste management processes. Next slide. I can go to the next slide. And the next slide is only more about our compliance. So our compliance is non-negotiable to ensure that we operate within the highly regulated nuclear environment and to provide confidence to the public that we operate our facilities within its licensing envelope. Next slide. These are the targets. I'm going to hand over now to the CEO for the finances. Next slide, ma'am. CEO.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members and esteemed stakeholders. My name is Justin Daniel. I'm actually the CFO, and I will take you through the finance analysis and the budgets for 2022-23 to 24-25 MTF period. We can confidently indicate that NRWDI is a going concern, and the revenue over the MTF will increase from 51.93 million in 22-23 to 54.25 in 24-25. And this is an increase of 4.3% over the MTF. That revenue is made a split up of between interest of 3% and transfers of grant allocations of 97%. So the 97% from transfer payments is expected to increase from 50.3 million to 52.75 million in the outer year. Currently, these are the two streams of income for NRWDI, that is interest received and government grants. But on obtaining the Falpit's nuclear installation license, NRWDI will also be able to generate revenue in the form of waste disposal fees from the radioactive waste generators, particularly NECSA and ESCOM, and that will be used for the purpose of the Falpit's low-level waste disposal function. With regards to infrastructure projects, and these are projects over the long term, such as the CISF, we will obtain these funding from the Radioactive Waste Management Fund, wherein the fees will be raised and collected in line with the polluter pays principle. We can go to the next slide. On this slide, we are showing the expenditure mix, and the expenditure is expected to increase from 51.93 million in 22-23 to 54.25 million in 24-25. This is also aligned to the revenue budget, which results in a zero deficit budget. You will note, Chairperson and members, that the MTF budget, the compensation of employees rather contributes to 81% of the total budget, while goods and service contributes to 17% and depreciation to 2%. This picture looks a little bit disproportionate to the benchmark in terms of the split. However, we need to indicate that the NRWDI MTF budget, our budget currently excludes the FAR puts operations. As this function is currently performed by NECSA and is residing with NECSA, together with the budget, which will be transferred to NRWDI upon NRWDI obtaining the nuclear installation license. And I will explain that disproportionality in the next slides. If we can go to slide 21, the next slide. This slide shows the breakdown of the budget by program. And when looking on the budget of expenditure by program, we notice that admin, which is made up of the Office of the CEO, Strategic Planning, Board, Secretariat, Internal Audit, Risk Management, IT, HR, Communications, and Stakeholder Engagements, Legal Services, Finance, and SCM contributes to 63% of the budget, whilst the other three programs contribute to 37% or are allocated 37% of the budget. Again, this looks disproportionate, and that is mainly because this budget excludes the FARPUT's operations, which is residing at NECSA together with the budget and the operations, which will be transferred upon NRWDI acquiring or obtaining its license. If we move to slide 23, Chair, because of the disproportionate split on the budget between the economic classification and the budget split after adding in the FARPUT's budget, and we need to stress that this is done purely for comparative purposes, just to give the committee an idea of what our true budget would look like if we had brought those operations across into the new financial year. And also for the ease of understanding, I will focus on specific slides. So this slide shows what the FARPUT standalone budget is: 34 million in year 1, 36 million year 2, and 37.6 million year 3. And this budget is currently sitting with NECSA and not NRWDI. If we can then move to slide number 26. Slide 26. On this slide, we've now added our initial budget to the FARPUT's budget for comparative purpose. And you'll see that when we do add the budgets and consolidate them, the compensation of employees budget decreases by 23%. So from what it was sitting at 81%, it would have moved to 58%, and the goods and services budget would increase by 23% from 17 to 40. So the benchmark of around 60% of the budget being allocated to compensation of employees would be achieved once we bring that component into our budget. That's in slide 26. Slide 27, again, will show how the picture would look in terms of the split by program. And then program 1, which was initially 63%, having added the FARPUT's operations, will show us a 38% split to administration, while the business, in terms of the core programs, would be allocated 62%, and that is where most of the budget should sit in any event in core programs. So what we have highlighted here, Chair, is the comparative once we have taken over the operations and the budget from NECSA, and it does portray a better picture in terms of the allocations, both by economic classification and by program. And we are optimistic that from the new year, we will be talking only of consolidated budget after obtaining the license in this financial year. If we can go to the next slide, which is, I think, the concluding remarks. The next one, please. Okay, on the concluding remarks, maybe I should indicate that the long-term sustainability of NRWDI remains at risk because the funding over the MTF cycle is inadequate to cover both the operational and project-related costs. Having said that, we need to indicate that the financial sustainability is highly dependent on the expeditious finalization of the recently published draft Waste Management Fund Bill, which is based on the polluter pays principle. We also need to indicate that NRWDI is hopeful that the department will reprioritize funding for the CISA project in this financial year, in line with the recommendations received by the department from National Treasury in March 2022. And finally, Chairperson, NRWDI remains totally committed to fulfilling the expectations of South Africans to manage the disposal of radioactive waste on a national basis by ensuring that all applicable laws, regulatory standards, and requirements for protecting the health, safety, and security of our people and the environment, both now and in the future, are complied with. With that, I thank you. Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, CFO, and thank you, COO. And just in conclusion, Chair, I would just like to say our mandate as it's seen here is very extensive, complex, and is very highly technical. It's extensive in the sense that we have to dispose of all the classes of radioactive waste, and that is coming from the waste generators, NECSA, ESCOM, other small waste generators, your food irradiators, research places, hospitals, and also in the case where there has to be decommissioning and decontamination of all these facilities. It is really complex also in the sense that before even new power plants can be built or new facilities can be built, we have to make plans for the waste that will come out at the end. And also in the case if the country decides not to even build new power plants, the existing one as well as the existing facilities, the waste that comes out of that still becomes our responsibility. So this really indicates, and it's also technical in the sense that now we have to come up with those solutions and, be in the minds of the waste generators and plan for that. So that really requires buy-in from the policy as well as the decision makers. It really needs buy-in from the stakeholders, the communities, the public. And it also needs technical and scientific capability within the organization. And as it has been mentioned, the challenge that we really have at this stage is the financial, the funding for all the programs that we have to handle. Thank you, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson and NRWDI. Can we then move to NERSA to do their presentation? Thank you.
Thank you, Acting DG. Thank you, Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee. I am Zandile Mbungose, the Interim Chairperson of NERSA, and a presentation will be done by our CEO, Advocate Sithole, supported by her executive team. And some of the issues that will be highlighted in the presentation is the actual annual performance plan for the year 2022 and 23, as well as the budget. And the presentation will highlight the various regulatory and organizational activities as depicted in the plan, as well as the key challenges that NERSA is faced with, on an ongoing basis, and how the Portfolio Committee can support NERSA. Thank you. Over to you, Advocate Sithole.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, Acting DG, DDGs, Chairpersons, board members, and CEOs of entities within the mineral resources and energy sectors, colleagues and support staff from different structures present in this morning on this platform. Good morning. Chairperson, in terms of the structure of our presentation, it is in two parts, and the first part being the executive summary that is on pages 4 to 21, and the detailed section on our APP and budget is on slides 32 to 72. Our presentation will cover what is mainly in the executive summary on our annual report, on our annual performance plan and budget for the year 2022-23. Chairperson, I will be assisted by our CFO, Ms. Bulelo Pono, who will present the slides on our budget for the same year. With your permission, Chairperson, and thereafter, after the budget presentation, I'll briefly present our challenges in regulating the three industries, as well as some challenges at an organizational level, which we will still be facing in this financial year in executing our regulatory mandate. Chairperson, in terms of this particular slide, on the first slide on our introduction, I won't get into detail into it, but I'll just summarize what is contained in it. This slide, Chairperson, and the next one gives a high-level view of NERSA's regulatory mandate in terms of regulating the three industries, which are electricity, petroleum pipelines, and pipe gas. And we're also indicating in the slides that in terms of executing our regulatory mandate, in the decision-making process, we have tools or mechanisms that we have put in place to assist the regulator in its decision-making process. And we also are highlighting in the slides that how the regulator is funded and the negative impact caused by COVID-19 to its funding mechanism, which may continue in this financial year, Chairperson. Chair, in terms of the next slide, we are highlighting the fact that our performance for the previous year, which is 2021-22, is at 90% as at 31 March 2022. However, this achievement is still subject to the AG's audit process. We are also indicating the fact that in terms of our board, we have 3 vacancies, and these vacancies have had an impact in terms of the composition of subcommittees and committees that are required by the board to execute its mandate. And we are also highlighting that the vacancy rate that we have as at 31st March 2022 is at 4.5%, and also highlighting the fact that we have 51% of management position held by women. And in terms of the actual process that we have followed in developing our APP, we took a new approach in our processes, which was to focus on the value add created by NERSA in regulating the mandated energy industries. And this has led to new outcomes in our strategic plan. And this process was over and above following the required planning prescripts. We also took into account developments at global, continental, and regional level, and as well as national level, in terms of the economy and as well as within the regulated industries. Chair, the manner in which we have developed our APP was to have programs and related activities classified into regulatory and as well as organizational. And in terms of our regulatory activities, they are grouped into Program 1, which is a program on regulatory service delivery, and Program 2, which is on advocacy and engagement. And Chairperson, on this slide, we are sharing with members what is under Program 1, which is the one on regulatory service delivery. We have sub-program for the 3 regulated industries with key activities, strategic outcomes in terms of what's in our strategic plan and as well the envisaged impact. We are also indicating the relevant MTSF priority, which is a priority 2 in relation to this Program 1. Chair, in terms of the key activities that we have on these slides, these are activities that are set for the 3 industries that we regulate, which is the setting and approval or approval of tariffs and prices, license and registration, compliance, monitoring and enforcement, dispute resolution, including mediation, arbitration, and handling of complaints, the setting of rules, guidelines, and codes for the regulation of the three industries. And in terms of the strategic outcomes, it is the efficiency and facilitating entry, setting prices and resolving disputes, and having a stable and diverse energy sector system and pricing regime which support access to regulatory services and are delivered on time and to quality standards. Chair, in terms of the impact, I would not go into all the points in terms of the envisaged impact. However, we do envisage that with these activities, there will be economic growth through affordable prices and tariffs, and also the balancing of the interested parties within the regulated industries, and also an increase in energy capacity within the country, and as well as ensuring an orderly development of the regulated industries. I will stop there in terms of the impact. And in terms of program 2, we have sub-programs which are regulatory and policy advocacy and customer and stakeholder engagement. With regard to the regulatory and policy advocacy sub-program, the activities and strategic outcomes are and the envisaged impact that we would have, we are going to have a regulatory advocacy aimed at improvement of the regulatory framework provided through legislation, regulation, and government policies, and as well as regulatory policy and advocacy procedure that we are going to be putting in place. In terms of the strategic outcome, Chairperson, we are planning to have an industry regulatory framework that is relevant to the effective regulation for the benefit of customers and stakeholders, and as well as innovation that drives our responses to the transition of the regulated industries. And we believe the impact would be to have investor confidence and lessening the regulatory burden, and as well as providing regulatory certainty. And in terms of the sub-program on customer and stakeholder engagement, the activities and strategic outcome and envisaged impacts are that we would have to engage stakeholders within the regulated industries, and as well as conduct education programs in the industries that we are regulating. And the strategic outcome there is an integrated value add service to customers. And the impact that we are expecting is to have an effective and efficient regulation supported by appropriate systems, processes, procedures, and resources. The investor confidence and lessening the regulatory burden on licensees, and also creating regulatory certainty. In relation to our organizational activities, they are grouped into 4, Chairperson, and the first one, which is Program 2, it's also on advocacy and engagement. Program 3 on innovation, Program 4 on operational efficiency and quality management, and Program 5 is on people and organizational culture. Chairperson, the next slide lists all the programs that I've just read out on our in terms of our organizational programs, and the activities thereof are to, in terms of the first one on advocacy and engagement, we have an activity on creating partnerships to position NERSA as a recognized regulator nationally, regionally, and internationally, and as well as to implement the stakeholder management plan. And with regard to the third program, I have activities on the development of information management framework, and as well as the implementation of our ICT strategy. And on the fourth program, we have activities in terms of having to revise the NERSA operating model, financial sustainability strategy and plan, and also having to revise the organizational business processes, and also implementation of the gender mainstreaming activities. And the last program at organizational level is to have an organizational culture, and as well as skills development for our staff. And the outcome that is expected is an integrated and value add service to customers. And the impact, we believe it will be having an effective and efficient regulation supported by appropriate systems, processes, and procedure. Chairperson, the next slide on human resources, I think what we are sharing with members in terms of that slide is to highlight that our staff complement that has been approved is at 253, and out of that 253, we have 242 that have been filled and 11 that are still vacant. However, it is important to indicate that of the 11, 5 are at an advanced stage of being filled. And in terms of that total staff complement of 242, we are sharing with members that 58% are occupied by women at management level and as well as staff level. And also to indicate that our current staff with disabilities is at currently at 2%. The next slide, Chairperson, I won't go into detail with it. It highlights the program that we have on the HR side. And these are 4 programs, and they are job shadowing, learnership and internship, external bursary, scheme exchange program, and training with other regulators within the SADC region. And the highlights on this slide are that there are the first 3 programs, rather the first, the second, and the 4th program, we have been carrying it out as NERSA for the past 5 years, and it has have been beneficial to NERSA and as well as those that are participating in it. However, the program on the bursaries scheme is only a year or 2 old. And in terms of that, Chairperson, we have awarded bursaries to 3 recipients, and one of them being a woman, and she has since finalized her master's degree in electrical engineering, and we are waiting the results of the other 2. We are also highlighting that in terms of our learnership and internship program, we have managed to have 3 of the participants being placed into permanent position. 1 was within NERSA and the other 2 was with other regulators. Chairperson, with your permission, may I request our CFO, Ms. Bono, to come and share with the members our budget for the year 2022-23. And then I will come back, Chairperson, just to summarize the key challenges that we are going to be faced with in regulating the 3 industries in the year 2022-23. Thank you, Chairperson. Ms. Bono.
Thank you, CEO. And good morning to the honorable members and all protocol observed to the meeting participants. I'll take us through the NERSA budget for 2022-23 and just give high-level highlights in terms of what we've planned. Just before I go into the numbers, I just want to mention that when we prepared the budget, it was prepared with an awareness of the current constrained macroeconomic environment. We are aware of the changing landscape in terms of the transformation in the electricity sector. We also are aware that there are supply constraints in both our gas and petroleum sectors. Therefore, when we prepared our budget, we had that in mind. In terms of our projected revenue for 2022-23, we projected 337 million. This is mainly from charging levies and license fees to our regulated industries. We'll see that there's a minimal increase in our revenue. It's because we have not increased the levies to our petroleum and gas sectors. And we've done that by, we're able to do that by utilizing our accumulated surpluses. I'll talk to that further down. We've had minimal increases in our license fees to the electricity industry. Therefore, you'll see on the next slide, slide 21, I'll just talk to that slide. Please, Ms. Rabe, slide 21. You'll see that overall our total revenue compared to the prior year is just increased by 0.74%. Then moving to our operating expenditure, Our operational requirements is 397 million for the year. And our cost drivers are mainly our employment costs. We see the 286 million. Then it's followed by professional fees, which is made up mainly of the legal fees with the ongoing court actions against NERSA. And also we do request consulting services to conduct some of the independent technical audits on the distribution network and so on to support our regulatory functions. We've tried to cut costs as far as possible due to the way we work, the change in the way we work, but we've ensured that we invest some of the savings back to the ICT infrastructure. You'll see our projected deficit, there's 59 million. As I've indicated before, this deficit is funded from our accumulated surpluses. We do get the required approvals from the Minister and National Treasury to do this. And we do this in order to reduce the impact of levy increases to our licensees. Then in terms of our capital expenditure, it's only around 13 million. And there as well, it's mainly the planned ICT infrastructure to augment, our regulatory functions and replacement of some of the old operating assets. I'll end there, CEO, and over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO and Chairperson. With your permission, I will proceed to our key challenges. Chairperson, the next 4 slides highlights our key challenges that we will still face. We will still be facing within the 2022 financial year. And they are grouped into the 3 regulated industries and as well as at the organizational level. Chair, we have previously shared most of these challenges with the committee in the past, and so they are still challenges that we are going to be facing, as I've said, in executing our plans for the 2022-23 financial year. Chair, with your permission, I will not go through the challenges as indicated in the presentation, but just highlight 1 or 2 main points in a brief manner from each of the industries. Starting with the electricity industry, Chairperson, just to summarize the challenge there, which is the need to finalize the review of the governing legislation and policies for the electricity industry, which have not been reviewed for at least over 13 to 15 years, whilst the industry is evolving at a high speed. And this has posed a challenge in terms of us having to regulate those changes that keep on coming within the industry. We do acknowledge the fact that there is some progress that has been done by our policymaker in this regard. However, we believe that the pace at which it's being done can be sped up such that we are able to do what we are expected to do within the industry. For the pipe gas industry, Chairperson, we wish to highlight that as well, there is a need to finalize the legislation and policies that are required to regulate this particular industry. We also note as well there that there is some progress in terms of the review of the legislation and some of the policies that are required. We also wish to highlight within the gas industry that there is a decline in gas, which we believe requires government interventions. We have indicated, Chairperson, the proposal in terms of what is it that government can do to assist our country in addressing this decline in supply. For the petroleum pipeline industry, Chairperson, the main challenge there, again, there is a need to have a governing legislation and other policies reviewed as well to enable us to regulate the industry in a much more effective manner. We also wish to highlight the challenge of vandalism to the infrastructure, Chairperson of Petroleum, as well as the product theft, which has an adverse impact on the security of supply and tariffs. Chair, at organizational level, the main challenge is with regard to the decline in our revenue collection, since we are funded through levies and license fees that are payable to NERSA by licensed entities. So the collection of these levies has declined due to as well a decline in the volumes that are needed to meet the required levels of revenue to fund NERSA. Chairperson, those are in a nutshell our challenges as NERSA in terms of the regulating the three industries. The list that has been shared with members is not exhaustive, but we have decided to just bring those that are in our presentation. In terms of the continued support that we are requesting, Chairperson, is that I think we've already touched on this, the speedy finalization of our governing legislation and policies, and also it's proper for us to acknowledge the progress that's being made to date in terms of the draft amendment bills. And we are also, Chairperson, requesting support that maybe in terms of our regulatory processes, we have a formalized process of using alternative dispute resolution as a first process to dispute that we are faced with in terms of us and our licensed entities or any other interested party, which is provided, which will minimize the costly court processes, which also take long. And our current NERA Act only specifies that our decision can only be challenged through a process with the High Court. Chairperson, the harmonization of frameworks to allow cross-border trade within the SADC region and the continent, it's necessary. And more specifically, as we have indicated that we are experiencing a decline in gas supplies. And this, if the harmonization, if it's done, it will allow us to also get gas from other neighboring countries. Chair, I think I would not go through all of them in terms of the support that we need in the interest of time. And moving on to our conclusion, Chairperson, would like to indicate that the results of NERSA's work continues to have a profound impact on the lives of ordinary people, as well as on the economy of the country. The regulation of the three industries continues to pose some challenges for the energy regulator, in that the energy regulator is faced with a task of having to balance interests of different parties within the regulated industries. And Chair, we also are indicating that there is an urgent need of finalizing the governing legislation. I think this has been repeated a few times in our presentation, which shows that it is critical for us to have these the finalization of our legislation and policies. And Chair, to deal with regulatory challenges as NERSA, we have come up with various initiatives to refine our regulatory practices and methodologies, and in our quest to become a recognized world leader in energy regulation, and we will continue to do so. I thank you, Chairperson. That is the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Before I can hand over to you, I'd just like to take this opportunity to introduce Ms. Zandile Mpungos as the acting NERSA chairperson after the passing of Mr. Mokoena. That is our current chairperson of NERSA, Ms. Zandile Mpungos. So I will hand over to you, Chairperson, with all the 4 entities that we have presented, as we were requested to do so before lunch. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Acting DG, for the submission. I hope we're not far from that much from time. the host muted me. He's not telling me why he has muted me. Honorable members, there it is. I won't limit you again, but you are allowed to refer us to any part that you wish in terms of the presentation that has been made. Can I then get questions? I see the hand of Honorable Nylem. It seems that's the only hand. Honorable Malinga. Those are the only two hands. Honorable Nylem, I'll come back after Honorable Malinga.
Thank you, Chairperson, and Chairperson, let me welcome the presentations. Chairperson, I'm not going to talk to NECSA because we spoke to them 2 weeks ago, and most of my questions at the time were answered. But I am going to talk to the other presentations, if I may. I'd like to start with the NNR. So let me start on the NNR with your priorities for 2020 through to 2025. And you talk about the nuclear installation site license for Taspint. Now, it's my understanding that the preferred site in terms of EIA and the like was Danafontein, and yet no public hearings or any progress is being made along that route. So can I get an indication as to why that is with regard to the Danafontein site as opposed to the rapid progress on the Taspint site? Then I'd like to talk to the steam generator replacement. And my concern here is that I am informed, and in fact, this committee was informed, that the safety case for the steam generator replacement was not submitted timeously, and that was part of the reason for the delays on the project with regard to the steam generator replacement at Quebec. Can I get some clarity on that, please? Because it is a major issue. I'm also concerned that with regard to Quebec, generally speaking, there appears to be a number of issues regarding safety. And I want to raise one issue in particular, and that is that in the middle of March, there was a work stop implemented at Quebec following a significant incident which apparently could have resulted in the loss of the operating unit. Now, this is not my words. These are the words of an ESCOM internal newsletter. And they basically note that while carrying out the required maintenance on Unit 2, an individual cut the valve of the nuclear sampling system's 1 REN 168VB on Unit 1 instead of the same valve on Unit 2. This was eventually identified and classified as a significant error because it had the potential to, amongst other risks, drain the accumulator of the safety injection system tank. Of further concern is that the same document notes that this is the second time that this has occurred during the same shutdown, and that this has potentially devastating consequences. Now, I'd really like some comment from the NNR as to what they are doing to address this particular issue with regard to safety at Quebec. It appears that there are a number of incidents that are being brushed under the carpet or not reported or not adequately dealt with, and I'd really welcome some clarity in that regard. Sorry, just let me get back to my notes here. Okay. Then if we can just move to the finances of the NNR. I just have a question, and it occurs to me that the NNR is spending 58 million rand to build a site office in Cape Town. Now, I'd like some clarity as to how many people will be accommodated at the site office, where it will be located, and why we need to build a whole new building when the department has a number of empty offices or underutilized offices. And I think particularly, Chairperson, you will recall when we did oversight of the PetroSA facility in Belleville, where there were whole sections of the office that weren't being utilized at all. So my question is, why is the NNR not utilizing other facilities that are within the department and could be utilized? Rather, why are they going out and spending 58 million rand to build a completely new facility? Then it's slide 32, which is your expenditure per economic classification. And I'm looking at the blue bar for 2020-2021, and comparing it to the blue bar for 2021-2022. Now, the blue bar is compensation of employees. And I'd really like to know how it is that the compensation of employees can jump so significantly in one financial year, and what the cause of that is. So I'd welcome some input on that, please. Okay, moving on to the next one, and I think that was NRWDI. Thank you for the presentation. Just as a starting point, can I get some information, please, as to how far along on the process are we in transferring the license from NECSA to NRWDI? I'd really like to know when is NRWDI going to have that under their control? The second issue that I'd like some clarity on is one of the primary challenges that we face as a country is obviously storage of spent fuel, and I see your CISF priority, but my question is anything being done to accelerate the long-term storage of high-level waste, particularly in light of the fact that government appears to be pursuing a nuclear new build, that Quebec is undergoing life extension, and that NECSA are replacing Safari 1 with a multi-purpose reactor, which means that there is going to be more high-level waste generated in the short term. So is anything being done to accelerate the storage of high-level waste? My last question to NRWDI is that there has recently been a bit of an outbreak of news around the lack of consultation of local communities in the Falpits area. Could we get some feedback on that, please? And could we get some comment as to why this lack of consultation appears to be taking place, or why the consultation is not taking place, and what's being done to rectify that situation? Then the next one is NECSA. Sorry, I'm just opening the presentation here. Just 1 second. So as far as NECSA is concerned, a couple of issues.
Is it NECSA or NERSA?
Sorry, NERSA, Chair. Sorry, my apologies, NERSA.
Okay.
It's been a long week, Chair. So what was I saying? NERSA, huh? NERSA. There we go, presentation. Okay, so my first question on NERSA is this. And I'm primarily going to focus on the electricity segment of NERSA. There has been a lot of commentary from analysts, energy experts, the media, and from role players in the energy sector that the regulatory environment around IPPs and municipal procurement and sub 100 megawatt generation is still too onerous. Is anything being done to review that regulatory environment? Is anything being done to streamline the processes so that processes can run simultaneously? Is anything being done to reduce the amount of paperwork and red tape that is hindering bringing new generation capacity online? And so the bottom line is, are we making it easier to create new generation capacity? And if so, how are we making it easier? My second question is with regard to electricity pricing. There have been a number of challenges over the last several years, and I would welcome any feedback regarding the cost of litigation in this regard. I know that NERSA has been in and out of court with Eskom. So how much has that cost in the past couple of financial years with regard to litigation? And what is your anticipated cost in the forthcoming financial year with regard to litigation? While we're talking about electricity pricing, and I agree with you that the electricity pricing review and the review of the ERA are both urgent, and I would encourage this committee to prioritize that, dealing with those matters. My question is, who do you prioritize? I noticed that in the challenges that were in, I think it was the last slide, you said that one of the challenges is balancing competing interests of the stakeholder, the consumer, the licensee, et cetera, et cetera. So my question is, in balancing those interests, whose interests take priority? How do you determine which is the most important element of that pricing model? Then, sorry, I'm just going through my notes, Chair. Okay, Chair, let me leave it there. If I have a further question, I'll come. Oh, sorry. There are a number of pieces of legislation that need to be amended, rectified, updated, etc. And I think that, and this is probably a question more to the department than to NERSA directly, but maybe it would be worthwhile providing this committee with a timeline of when those pieces of legislation are going to be tabled in Parliament, when we can expect them to be brought to us for consideration. And Chair, maybe to the Secretariat, that we could look at how we slot those into our program in order to make sure that we deal with them timelessly. I know that we've spent a long time on the gas amendment bill, and we haven't even really started going through it clause by clause yet. But we need to look at how we can speed that process up. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself, members of the Portfolio Committee, our committee staff, the department, CEOs, chairpersons of boards, and CFOs of entities on the platform, and everybody else on the platform. Receive greetings from myself. Chairperson, I think most of my questions have been covered by Honorable Malem. In terms of your the regulations that NERSA, the regulator chair, electricity regulator, they were talking about, that when can they be brought to us, especially to the department, because on the challenges that the CEO presented to us is that they have outdated electricity regulation act and pricing policy, that when maybe the department anticipate to bring those to us. Chairperson, let me also welcome the welcoming remarks by Mr. Nichols in terms of reducing their losses from 200 to 100, and this, I think he said this financial year somewhere, there'll be somewhere around 23 million, Chair. I think that is very, very applaudable, Chairperson. In terms of NNR, I think also Honorable Malem covered me on the logic by NNR to build the new offices in Cape Town, whereas we have so much or many office spaces that we have seen during our oversight. Chairperson NRWDI, I think NRWDI, they are the only entity that has been constantly giving us clean audit. And for that, we give them a thumbs up, Chair. But I think, Chair, on their slide, I think it was slide 7, I think it's on program 1, they only have 2 interns, and they have those interns for 23-24, or 22-23, 23-24, 24-25. Why only 2 interns, and which areas are those interns will be coming from, Chair? Also on their financials, Chair, with or without the revenue from the Valputs nuclear license, I see that during 2023-24, their goods and services, they are, I think they're decreasing, also again going up in 23-24. Also on engineering, technology, and also science, engineering, and technology. I think it's the same thing that is happening in 23-24. And why is that, Chairperson? Let me stop there, Chair, because most of my questions were in a nutshell covered by Honorable Malem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Maybe let me start with this one. You reminded me something, Honorable Malem. I don't know how we will deal with it and whether we will need guidance. But just on the issue of the legislation, yes, it's true. We can try and quantify, but what is also in front of us is the Upstream Petroleum Resources Bill. It is on the program that we adopted as a committee. I may not be sure of the date or day, but it's in our program. We can then look at others, but as far as I know, that's the only one for now that is in front of the committee. One issue that I think, looking at the fact that it's unavoidable that we might end up dealing with 2 legislation at the same time, is to see whether we can get an allocated time outside. You remember we're given strictly those dates that we're having. It's either, if that is possible, we may have to follow this procedure, having one meeting in the morning and then afternoon, same day, dealing with legislation subject to Parliament. Either we use a Friday, we'll have to come back to the committee on how we'll handle the issue of 2 legislations. But they are there, we can look. The second thing, which is why I may be abusing my position as a chair, but I'm sure members can also help and guide. I have requested the researcher before we are told that can now, when all the reports, the report in totality of the Zondo Commission is out, can he look on issues that might be, in as much as it's still, we don't know how it will be referred to Parliament, or it will have to be referred to Parliament, or we need to be proactive. But I've requested the researcher to check whether are there issues that relates to this committee, or that may require the committee to look at them and agree on what form it then responds to those issues before even it is referred to us. I'm just taking, that's why I'm saying I'm taking the opportunity, because you have raised another matter, just to say this, because we may never know. There could be a lot of issues that relates to our work as public representatives responsible for minerals and energy. I think we'll have to find a way on how do we deal with the two issues that you have just raised. But I think on the upstream, it's already in front of us. That I don't want to bother you. Thank you for your presentations. But I will always have this grievance generally on the presentations that I think the public service has got one limitation. There is something called the school station. The way they put, and it's not wrong, don't take me wrong. But at times for someone, especially who might be a ruralitarian like myself, find it very difficult to get the direct point that come what may, can you help us here? Come what may, can you consider this? Sometimes when these things, even when you deal with your annual performance plans or even your priorities, it's very difficult, except if someone goes deeper to understand what you are pleading in front of the committee. I don't want to single one out, but let me leave it. The risk is very high that I always say this thing. You may want to impress the committee by giving us all the glossy picture. And you get disadvantaged by the fact that you have not been able to convince the committee so that it can play a cooperative role in assisting if it needs be. But there are only three things, and unfortunately they fall under NNR. Just help me with clarity on three things. One, it might be similar to what Honorable Maile Mageni had raised, but for me it's from a different angle. If I got you wrong, then my apologies. My first issue that I wanted to give clarity, you said, as part of your revenue collection, part of the challenges that you are having is that there are some who are unable to, when you do your collection, who are unable to meet the requirements, but and some are even under liquidation, if I'm correct. Now, the big question is, wouldn't it help for this committee to understand specifically where are the challenges as far as the issues, or is there a matter of privacy? Maybe you have sworn into privacy that you can't mention the names, because we must know who are those people. From a committee point of view, if these are entities, some are entities, because we raised that thing, are entities under government, and probably some might be even like we happened in our first assignment to find that some of those entities were even falling under the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy as a new department. Can you share just a few examples so that we can know of those while falling behind? The second one, when we're engaging with NERSA, at some point there was the issue of the independence. I know it may not relate to budget and also to your annual performance, but it may sound, except if you didn't put it correctly. On the issue of the tariffs that you were talking about, the increase in tariffs, I hope I got you correct. There is something that says the minister has made a determination on tariffs and then is only waiting for the concurrence. Wouldn't someone, like I'm making an example, say, but you have an independent regulator in the form of NERSA that makes a determination makes a price determination. Obviously, it will then have, if possible, interact. Where does the difference comes in? Because my take will be that as a regulator, you are the one who set up the tariffs. and based on those tariffs, maybe you then get a nod from the minister with the, we call it an approval from the minister and authorization, whatever the way you may put it. But I'm not sure whether I understand correctly. Your regulation capacity might be different from other regulators, and I'm making a specific reference now to NERSA, that NERSA is completely within its powers to make price determination. The last point, can you share with this committee, because we're dealing with budgets, so that we can see where you save and where it is possible. If I got you correctly, I think you said in Centurion, over a period of 10 years, now this month, if I'm not mistaken, you will be paying your last installment and you will be owning that building. I got the point that Honorable Mame is raising, MILM is raising with regards to Cape Town and others, which I don't think they can be a major disagreement on it. But can you share probably what would have been the cost of buying that building? And for a period, if somebody buys a house, it takes 20 years or so. And we find that in some cases, our own entities and our departments at times, they opt for rental. Now, we want to see the advantage, which will mean Centurion might be, if instead of Pretoria, make an example, Centurion instead of Pretoria or Johannesburg might be quite reasonable when it comes to the issue of office space. What would have been the general price or cost of buying that building that you are finishing now? And what are the maintenance responsibilities that you might be able as an entity of the state? And is there anything that can be learned? What would have been the disadvantage of doing rental space? I think if I'll need those clarities, and I'm raising this thing, I'll be upfront because I feel at times the choice of rental is more costly compared to the cost of ownership. I think let me leave it there for now. I will wait for the yes, the issue of the compensation of employees. At times it becomes difficult because compensation of employees, I'm not saying you don't pay them in full, but maybe compensation is only the cost of salary, not necessarily include other issues that would be impacting on the conditions of employment. But if you were to say, for an example, under this period, you would have had too much as far as the COVID limitations are concerned. Now, the big question is will that compensation include what others call it allowances, and including transport or locomotion? I don't know what you call in other areas. One would say probably you should be making savings during that period because no one is traveling much, everyone is working from home. Maybe even that I think is also under NNR. Let me give it to you, Acting DG.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will request the CEOs or the board chairpersons to respond to the questions. We will start with NNR, and when we finish, then we will go to NRWDI, and then after that it will be NERSA. So we'll start with NNR to respond to all the questions. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Acting DG. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honourable members. I will take a shot at most of the questions, and I will leave some of the questions for the CFO that have got to do with financial issues. Honourable Miller, the site office in Cape Town, why are we building it? Why are we not rather utilizing space of the state buildings that are available there. Well, the NNR as an entity on its own, as way back as in 1985 when the site was commissioned, had offices in Cape Town. That is why it's called site office, and that is an international practice that you must have staff at proximity of the nuclear power plant so that they can respond to any alarm and emergency that may arise. Now, the NNR at that time procured, way before our time, office space there. And with time, that office space, as our operations and involvement with the site began to grow, that space became more and more inadequate. First, in terms of size, but secondly, in terms of aging. And so at some point, even before my time, the National Treasury put aside a grant for the refurbishment of a special grant for the refurbishment of those offices. And as that was looked into through some technical evaluations by civil structural engineers, a conclusion was reached that refurbishing the structure was not going to yield much because the structure is old. But again, given the growth and the projected growth at that time for staff, even if the refurbishment would have been successful, the accommodation, the size to accommodate staff was not going to solve the problem. Therefore, the board approved the construction of new offices. So destroying that office, demolishing that office, the old structure and building at the same place. So we're not buying a new site or what, it's our site that we've had as way back as 1980 something, or even prior to that, because 1984 was when the stations started to operate. So probably the NNR started to have that place before even the station started to operate. So that is what led to where we are. But the money that was allocated by the National Treasury was not enough to build a new structure because it was meant for refurbishment. So we had over the years to put some money on top of that allocated money from the Treasury so that we could reach a level where we were ready and we could afford to build offices. Now, that was also informed, the fact that we needed bigger offices was also informed by a number of developments. One, the fact that we're going to have a major refurbishment at Quebec meant we needed more staff at Quebec. Secondly, as the plant ages, you need to increase oversight. Therefore, we needed more staff at Quebec, and therefore we needed more sitting space. But thirdly, at that time, there was an issue of new builds that we had to also keep in mind. So our office construction and the size was predicated mostly on the safe continuation of the Quebec nuclear power plant, safe continued operation of the Quebec nuclear power plant. Now, the addition of new build in the Western Cape would have also been almost readily accommodated for in the new building. But by and large, the new building that we are currently constructing is to cater for the continued safe operation of Quebec. Now, if Quebec does not make the cut for long-term operation, the NNR still has got the legal obligation to continue oversight for Quebec for the next maybe 20 to 30 years until you decommission. And you have to license the decommissioning activities. You have to provide daily presence as they decommission and demolish the plant. So the presence of the NNR in Cape Town, whether LTO or no LTO, is still going to be needed for the foreseeable future. That was the rationale behind the site office in Cape Town. Secondly, you asked about the safety incidents at Quebec, which you very aptly quoted from their internal magazine newsletter about. Honorable Mayham, we are also very, very concerned about such lapses. Now, when such lapses happen, we demand corrective action from the licensee. So what ESCOM did was to stop the activities in that area for that outage and take everybody to training so that you can begin to make some, awareness. It's all around the issue of a degradation of safety culture. We have highlighted that to ESCOM and to the senior leadership of ESCOM. Our inspectors continue to increase their visibility throughout the outage. As a matter of fact, last week, the board was at Quebec for the same oversight visit during the outage itself. And therefore, we are as concerned as you are, and our response is to increase our oversight and our presence into the outage activities at the plant. But ultimately, say, there is a mantra, a universal mantra, that the ultimate responsibility for safety of the nuclear installation lies with the operator. It cannot be that the NNR would be at every corner when the ESCOM technicians are dismantling valves and cutting pipes and doing this. It is important that ESCOM itself provides its own self-inspection and self-supervision over their safety, nuclear safety activities in the plant. And therefore, we demand consistently from ESCOM for them to show cause that, in fact, that is happening. So we are, so to speak, on their case as far as that is concerned. The third question is Thijspaint versus Dynafontein nuclear installation site license. Why Thijspaint and not Dynafontein? So we operate on the basis of what the applicant puts forth. Now, the applicant has prioritized for themselves the NECSA process for Thijspaint, and subsequently, the Dynafontein would follow. Now, what came to us first was the Thijspaint, and we dealt with that. And as it was mentioned in the presentation, we will be issuing a record of decision on the suitability of the Thijspaint site in all likelihood before the end of this month. We're trying to get a special board meeting to make a decision on this if we can. If not, it will be in June. But we're trying to get it done before the end of May. So it is not our choosing whether Thijspaint or Dynafontein. It is what the applicant puts forth, and the law says, and our regulation says, we need to be responsive to what the applicant put forth. And that's what we're doing. And your next question is about the steam generator replacement delay. And you say this was due to a delayed submission of the safety case. Or basically you are saying this, the SGR the project was delayed because the safety case was not ready. We are not aware of that. What we are aware of is that there are internal planning issues at ESCOM between themselves and their service providers, who are mostly external from the country, foreign companies. And as a result of their disagreements on certain issues, and in view, of course, of the risks that were associated with possible severe load shedding towards the winter or during the winter, ESCOM had decided on its own that it would not be advisable to take the units offline for the SGR project. And therefore, they deemed it a better option to defer it. It had nothing to do with the safety case. It was their own decision based on their own internal analysis or risk analysis. Then the compensation of employees, I will leave that to the CFO, but I also wanted to look at, and I'll also leave the revenue collection issues to the CFO. But I wanted to respond to the chairperson question on authorization fees. Why wait for the concurrence of the Minister of Finance? Our act is clear, chairperson, that the board determines the tariff increase and sends that after, of course, internal cost analysis, and sends that to the minister for approval. But the act further says that upon getting that determination from the board, the Minister of Energy must get concurrence from his or her counterpart from the National Treasury Ministry. And it is so crafted in the law. And I can tell you, there are times when the two ministers did not agree, but ultimately we did not get what we wanted. So every time we submit, we always make room for most of the time getting less than what we request. And therefore we need to cut down on certain things to be able to accommodate what we could not get from the two ministers. But it is in the law, and there has not been any inclination or any appetite to change that. Now, CFO, can you talk about the compensation of employees, revenue collection, and the cost of buying the building in Centurion? Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO. And I will start with the issue of compensation of employees. So in 2018-19, we completed our staff rationalization process, wherein we realigned activities and repackage how different divisions and subdivisions are structured. After that process, we then developed what we called a human resource plan for 5 years. Now, according to this plan, we, in line with our financial capacity, we planned how many employees are we gonna employ at what time and from which categories. After we have implemented the rationalization structure and ensure that it's functioning optimally. Now, from on the 2019-20 financial year, that's when we got the COVID grip, and we couldn't do much on implementing that structure as it was planned. But from 2021-2022, as we came back, we started to then fill up all those vacancies that was planned for the period. And the movement from 2021 to 2022 was about 17%. So it was not really such a big movement, but in the main, there were those positions that we have to fill, point number one. Number two was the issue of our Center for Nuclear Safety and Security, which is a new division that we are continuously capacitating, which deals mainly with our regulatory research capacity, which is based in University of Pretoria. Now, that is an area that we have been capacitating, and we intend to continue to capacitate in the medium term framework. We have seen the fruits of having that kind of a structure within our human resource plan, because when we're dealing with issues like the current NECSA in Facepend, we have seen those the outcomes of that or the deliverables of that unit coming into play, and it has helped a lot. So we intend to capacitate that unit as we go forward, as indicated by the CEO, with the long-term operations issues, the aging facilities, the regulatory vigilance is very important on our key nuclear operations, both NECSA and Quebec. So the increase in the composition of employees for the 2022-2023, we are planning about 19% increase again, in line with those activities that I've indicated. There was an issue raised in terms of the bad debts. Chair, I must say that that environment is under control, and I can indicate that there are no government entities that are owing us any money. The industry that is most affected is the mining industry. So amongst other things, you have got all your Shiba uraniums and a couple of mining areas that are facing liquidations. Others are being bought over by other companies. So as that process is ensuing, there are some hiccups in the process. But I must say that a majority of them, we are not really writing them off, because there are still processes that are ongoing legally and otherwise that must pan out before we can determine them to be irrecoverable. So just for the records, on my table now, I'm considering the bad debts for the current financial year, and we are not really looking at a big figure. We are looking at around about 328,000. So it is fairly low, and we still have got that environment to a certain extent under control. The CEO have answered the issue of the tariffs. The bond in Centurion, we have raised a bond of 80 million to procure the building that we are sitting on. Of course, we have since done a lot of developments in it. So in terms of value at this stage, it is on the current revaluations, is sitting at about 120 or so million. So the advantages of buying the building, when we moved into this building at the time around 2009, we had a lease with a procurement option. And therefore, when we did our calculations in terms of the value for money, we felt that since this was a new building, which will have minimal maintenance requirements, it will make more economic sense to procure it outright in 10 years, bond facility, vis-a-vis continuously renting it, because our rental costs, they were even more than what we'll need to pay for the rental. And I must say that has worked well for us. It has its own disadvantages, Chair, that you cannot now easily, if your structure is going beyond your office capacity, easily extend and so on. But for our side, it has worked quite well, wherein we felt we have to increase the space. We have done remodeled some areas and did open plans, etc. And it is for us working quite well. And the fact that we are completing to pay it now will free more resources, more of our financial resources to deal with other activities within our mandate. The maintenance costs, Chair, are not really bad. As I've indicated, it's a fairly new building. Those who have been here, they will have seen it is still in such a good shape. So we don't have a huge bill for our maintenance. We have got improvements that we continuously do. We have implemented what we call the emergency control center downstairs. To people who have been there, they will have seen it. So we are able at least to customize our building the way we see it suiting our needs from time to time. Chair, I think on that end, I will have answered all the questions that were deferred to myself by the CEO. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, CFO. Chair, we think we have tried to respond. We can take follow-up questions if we may have not hit the right notes at some point. Thank you.
Is NRWDI?
Thank you, Chair.
If I'm not mistaken, NERSA.
Thank you, Chair. I will take the questions as were asked by Honorable Malhem. The first question that he asked was, how far is the nuclear license? Well, he said transfer. As it was also presented by the NNR, we are at the final stages for the license application. I would just like to mention that by November last year, NNR had approved all the safety case documents for the application of the nuclear installation license. And the public information document was also published last year for public comments. And those comments were also addressed to the satisfaction of the National Nuclear Regulator. And the process was the public participation process was also concluded at the end of November 2021. Amongst others, there was the issue of the registration of Valputs farms, and that was also concluded. At the moment we have the title deed. As of last week, we have received indeed a letter from the National Nuclear Regulator seeking clarity on a few matters, and we are finalizing the responses to the regulatory body in that regard. The second question that was asked had to do with the long-term storage of waste, and specifically, I think they will also be referring to the slide that we had that mentions CISF, which is the Central Interim Storage Facility, as a priority. The Central Interim Storage Facility is in the one that we are currently finishing off the feasibility report, and that has to do with the long-term storage. But as we know, that long-term storage will be storing the fuel away from the reactor at the Valput site. And the long-term is about 50 to 70 years. However, we do know that the global consensus is that to finally dispose of high-level waste, which the spent nuclear fuel is the category thereof, you can do the deep biological repository. At this stage, NRWDI is also looking into other options or other solutions like that. But currently we are focusing on the long-term storage, looking into the fact that we currently now have the waste there at Quebec that needs immediate attention. The third question was on the recent media statements that were done that were indicating that NRWDI is not doing a public consultation. I would just like to mention that I think the statement that was out there in the media was actually inaccurate, because it was referring to NRWDI as if we are already taking the waste there to the high-level waste to Valputs. And we have responded by doing the media statement and clarifying the issue, because at this stage, NRWDI does not have number one, for the nuclear installation site, which is for the low-level waste, the one that we are applying the license thereof, currently that is being held by NECSA, and the public safety exercises or the public safety information activities are to be carried out by NECSA as the nuclear license installation. And in the last year or so, due to COVID, in-person meetings were not able to be held. Therefore, what NRWDI has done, we have been at least sending out some presentations and to the community in that area. What we have also started doing as of February this year, we have started to visit the communities in and around the current nuclear installation to start with the preparations for the public awareness, to consult with the public to understand their expectations, as well as to sensitize them as we will be now holding the license in the future. So that's what we have done to date, and we will be continuing with those various exercises. And these activities we've been doing in conjunction with NECSA, as we are currently in that transition of obtaining the license, and we're working hand in hand with NECSA in that regard. In terms of the low-level waste license application, as I've mentioned earlier on, there was public consultation that was done, and as it is also a requirement in order for us to satisfy the requirements with the regulator report. The fourth question that was asked by Honorable Malinga was on the internship program. Why are we only focusing on 2 interns per year? At this stage, when we were doing this plan, we were doing this plan based on our current situation, looking into the internal capacity, as well as looking into the availability of the funds that we have. So we had restricted the number of interns into that. However, we will also be working with other organizations that can support the internship programs. And the further question in that regard was as to in what areas will the interns be. We have now started to build the internal capacity in terms of the technical areas, and we are looking into developing the interns in the technical areas, because that's where we really need capacity. The last question, I am going to leave that for the CFO to respond to. Mr. Daniel. CFO, the question that was asked on the Valport's license regarding goods, services.
It seems the CFO is not here, or is load shedded, or is muted.
Chairperson, am I audible now, perhaps?
Yes, now we hear you.
Okay, I see. Thank you, Chair. I see I'm audible now. Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson. The question is related to the economic classification of goods and services. That's the one question, and the other was around Program 3, Science, Engineering and Technology. On the goods and services classification, the 3 slides that one would make reference to are slides 19, 23, and 26. But I will speak to slide 19, which is the slide relating to the NRWDI operations. The budget on goods and services have moved from 8184 to 8262 in 23-24 to 9941 in 24-25. And due to the slightly better allocation from government appropriations in the outer 24-25 year, we've allocated a bit more money to the goods and services to normalize the goods and services baseline. We've started on a very incorrect baseline based on our initial budget back in 2016-17. And as the budget has grown, we've tried to normalize the baseline. So you'll see that in 23-24, we've added a bit more to the goods and services. And one of the reasons that we've not added to the compensation of employees is because we, in line with Treasury's guidelines, tried not to increase the ceiling in the number of heads, as well as to ensure that the increases, the compensation of employee increases were in line with the compensation of employees guidelines for public entities. Hence, the goods and services budget was impacted with the growth on the outer year. In terms of program 3, and that's the other question, science, engineering and technology has had a very conservative budget over the periods, and on obtaining a little bit more funding for the outer year, we've added to that budget, particularly for the purposes of research and development in that area, because that program has been severely underfunded over the past number of years. So that's the reason why there's been a growth in program 3 in the outer year, and the 23-24 year is a very minimal growth, and that's just based on the compensation of employees growth in that year in line with the COE guidelines from National Treasury. And finally, Chair, we do appreciate the comment on the clean audit status, and we are optimistic that we will sustain the status. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO. Back to you, Chair. I think that concludes the questions that were posed to NRWDI. And perhaps if there's any clarity-seeking questions, we will be ready to take those. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. We'll then go to NERSA. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Acting DG. Chairperson and members, the questions that were posed to NERSA are related to the NERSA's regulation of the electricity industry, and they were posed by Honorable Maylam. I have tried to just summarize the essence of the question, Chairperson, and if my paraphrasing or summary is incorrect, I would ask that I be corrected. With regard to the first question, the question was, is there anything that NERSA is doing to make it easy to bring new generation capacity on board? Chairperson, what we have done as NERSA, we have reduced our regulatory processes, such as the timelines that are required in our applications process. For example, on the registration processes, we are required to process them within 60 days, and we have reduced that timeline to be 45 days. And on the public participation process that we are required to follow, on the generation side, we now issue advertisements at the same time as the applicants, because in terms of our processes, an applicant needs to advertise the application within the area that they are applying for the license for. And as well as NERSA, we do then publish a notice and requesting comments on that particular application that we would have received. We are, Chairperson, currently working on automating our regulatory processes, which, as we have indicated in terms of our APP, it is part of our activities for this financial year, and it's going to be executed as part of our ICT strategy. And with regard to the cost, litigation cost, the past and the future, Chairperson, I will be assisted by the CFO in terms of responding on this question, but it's important for me to indicate that the number of cases that NERSA has been faced with has slightly gone down, and that has resulted in our litigation costs going down. And I think the CFO will give the figures for the past 2 financial years and our projection for the this financial year. On the issue of the interest, the question was, in whose interest do we take into account in the pricing model? Chairperson, we take interest of all affected parties into account. And as an example, for end users, Chair, whose interest would be to have affordable prices, we take that particular interest into account. And at the same time as well, Chairperson, for the regulated entities, we need to ensure that the regulated entity get a revenue that will make them remain viable as a business. And hence the indication that we need to balance those conflicting interests of the affected and interested parties in our presentation. Chairperson, in short, those are our responses. However, the EM for the regulation of electricity is in the meeting. He may come in with your permission, Chairperson, to add if there's a need to. But at this stage, with your permission again, may I request that the CFO just share with members the cost of our legal cases. Chairperson, Ms. Bono, you may come in, and Mr. Mavuso, with the permission of the chair, may come in if he wants to add to the other responses that I've provided. Ms. Bono. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, CEO. In terms of the cost of litigation against NERSA, I'll start with 1920. The total cost was 25 million. And of that 25 million, 22 million related to cases on the electricity sector. In 2021, the cost was 21 million. And of that 21 million, 17.7 million related to electricity as well, electricity cases. Then in 21-22, the cost reduced to 16.8 million. And of that amount, 14 million related to cases in the electricity sector. The projection for 22-23, we've kept it at 18 million, and we're estimating around 10 million in the electricity sector. That's it on my side, CEO. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bono. Chairperson, I think we have responded to the question posed to NERSA, unless if members have follow-up questions. And as I said, I will be assisted by the Executive Manager for Electricity if there are any further input required on the electricity side. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Acting DG.
Thank you, Chairperson. We have, I think, dealt with all the questions, and I would like to hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure whether there are any follow-ups, but if there are none, I want us to check who is available. Okay, Honorable Malem, you want to make a follow-up?
Yes, Chair, thank you. Just 2 quick follow-ups. The first is to NRWDI, and I'm not sure if I missed it, and so please excuse me if I did, but I didn't get an indication of whether or not the long-term storage of high-level waste had been accelerated, whether there was any timeline given for when that process would be put in place for long-term storage of high-level waste? I didn't get that answer, or maybe I didn't hear it. And then my second follow-up is to NERSA, and I want to, and I thank them very much for the response with regard to the easing of the regulatory requirements. But I want to draw their attention specifically to sub 100 megawatt generation for own use. And I mean, there are requirements there that seem somehow to be time wasting. And I'll give you an example, or two examples. The first being the requirement for a signed power purchase agreement or an offtake agreement. And so I think that we need to look at that. And the second is the public participation element when it's for own use. If I could get just some commentary as to, could we maybe look at easing the public participation requirement in that regard? Thank you, Chair.
Most definitely, you only used 1 minute. They can use 6 minutes to respond. And Radi, it's 12 o'clock. Allow me, members, to say, SAF, be ready. And then we will see whether we can put somebody else after SAF. But can you give answers, and Radi, and then NERSA?
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the CISF, I mentioned that currently we are concluding the feasibility study. And I think the feasibility study will also direct us further into the next steps once the review by experts has been completed. However, I would say the estimated time based on the current situation is that if we have the relevant funding, because according to this feasibility, we really need close to about 1.1 billion or so. But as I say, it is still being reviewed. We will know at the end of that review if we have the relevant funding and the human resources that are needed. The estimation is that in and around 2030. Thank you, Chair.
NERSA.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, with your permission, may I ask Mr. Mavuso to just respond to the question? Mr. Mavuso.
Thank you, CEO. If I can respond to the question that was asked based on the registration process, where there's a requirement to for supply purchase agreement. We are actually discussing with the presidents on how to ease this, and I'm confident to say that that requirement will not be asked anymore. I think that was the main question that was on the purchase agreement. We will do away with that requirement.
Okay. Thank you very much on the responses. Please don't go. If you are going, leave someone who can answer questions. One of the things we've realized was that when people have already left, somebody makes a statement that takes us back to what would have been a response given by a previous one. So not saying, but someone who can account for this. I think we can still go, yeah. Saf, are you present? Okay.
Honorable Chair, good afternoon. Yes, we are present.
You are present and ready?
Yes, Chair. Should I go ahead?
Go ahead. I'm giving you 30 minutes. It means 25 to bring it back to me.
Thank you very much.
I will decide then.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Before I greet, I also would just like to ask that the administrator gives us the rights for us to share the presentation so that I can do that while I'm talking. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, and also to the honorable members. I'm also greeting our DG, together with the colleagues from the DMRE, all the chairs and executives from the sister companies, and of course my own group and all protocol observed. So maybe just to kickstart, Chair, before I hand over to the executives to do the presentation, I think it's always useful to know who is here with me. So I'm accompanied by Chair Boya from Petro SA. I believe that Chair Makubane is also on the line, or she'll be joining shortly. Chair Sondlo as well from IGUES, and apologies from the other chairs from PASA, Chair Masugu and Chair Mabdogwe. And then the CE's apologies from CEF CEO, but we do have Dr. Mugoka leading the delegation from the executives. Mr. Pizzo, I believe, is also on the line. Mr. Muache is here. And also we've got the acting CEO for Petro SA, Ms. Nemane. She's also present. Just to give a little bit of context, again, it's, you know, in playing our oversight role as a board, obviously we always have to be alive to what is happening globally and also in our own economy. And I think it's very important that we understand the global dynamics because it impacts on how we source our products and how we move them around, and ultimately how we actually price, or how the price is going to impact us, because all of that overall affects the economy and most importantly also the ordinary South African citizens. So if we look at the disruptive forces that we have experienced, I think we cannot forget the impact of COVID-19. In fact, it's quite scary that we see the numbers now going up to 9,000 again, which really gives us some uncertainty in how we operate our businesses. The technology as well is advancing, as we know, and there are different demands in terms of how we should introduce clean technologies. That makes the energy transition really inevitable. And of course, we can't leave out the geopolitical transition of conflict that is currently taking place with Russia and Ukraine. It has a huge impact, and we have seen that at some point we actually had to look at how we assist the South African community to ride the wave of the impact of the huge costs in terms of what they pay when they get to the petrol stations. So we play a very critical role, and it's a role that we are always aware of, and we know that we have to always be on the lookout for what is going on, both locally and globally. The last point I want to make is, just by way of introduction again, is really to talk at 5 broad areas that are really urgent for us and we have to prioritize and keep focused on. The first one is the stabilization of Petro SA, and of course looking at the turnaround, which the executive is busy working on at the moment. But what is important to just share with the committee today is that we have had some changes in the leadership position. We currently have an acting CEO, Ms. Sandisiwe Ncemane, who is also going to be doing a presentation. This was really necessitated by some challenges within the organization, which really made it very difficult for us to implement the recovery efforts, and therefore we have had to make that shift in as far as Petro SA is concerned. The second part which I want to talk to is that in playing our oversight role again as the boards, we know that consequence management is very, very important. As a result, we have noticed that there are a number of acts of misconduct that we have seen across the group. For example, theft of diesel, procurement issues, and dishonesty in general, some equipment that has been lost, and also some existence of ghost employees. And as a result, we have had to suspend a number of executives across the group in Petros A, SFF, CEF, and also in AE. The other third element that I wanted to just highlight before I hand over again is talking to the issue of fixed costs As you know, we are a Schedule 2 entity, which means that we do not receive any grants. We have to make money in our operations, and we do have a dual mandate, of course, which is that of commercial sustainability, as well as developmental role. However, we have to remain commercially viable for us to deliver on our developmental role. And as such, we have found ourselves that we have been in a situation of having to implement Section 189, specifically in Petro SA, and also in AE, we are having those discussions. It's very unfortunate, but it is one of the areas that we have had to look at. The fourth area is really growth and acquisitions, which is really looking at how we can grow aggressively across the group so that we also enhance our commercial sustainability. And here really we're talking about projects like the ROMCO project and others, which I will not necessarily mention at this point. And then the fifth broad area, which is the last one, is really the merger of the three entities, the merger of Petro SA, SFF, and IGES. That is still in the pipeline. We are doing a lot of work in terms of getting that to be realized. However, again, it goes back to the sustainability and stability of Petro SA that we have to look at a package that is ensures that the Petro SA is financially stable as well. So we are busy with that as a team, and we are looking at interventions and how we can actually get that up and running so that we can move ahead with that, with the merger. So, Honorable Chair, I think at this point, let me hand over to the leader of the delegation of the executives, Dr. Mukwoka, who is going to take us through the presentation. And what we will then do is they will also assist with responding to the questions. I do trust that the presentation is visible on the screen as we have just flighted it. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable members.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just wanted to confirm if you can see the presentation, Chair.
No.
Let's try again, Chair. We are trying, Chair, on our side to reflight the presentation. Is it clear now, Chair? We've reflighted it.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, Chair, in order for us to save on time, I'm going to go straight to slide 6, Chair, which just gives an overview of the SEF group and where the SEF group is in the energy value chain. We do play a security of, we have a security of supply mandate, Chair, which spans from upstream all the way to downstream. And I think just to indicate the Chair, what this presentation is going to indicate are some of the interventions at the level of upstream, midstream, and downstream that will be engaged in to turn the tide, especially, Chair, for Petro SA, and to share some of the business development interventions in the presentation, Chair. And I think without any waste of time for this slide, Chair, I'd like to bring the committee's attention to what we consider as an emerging threat that from a security of supply standpoint that SEF needs to attend to, which relates to the dwindling local refining capacity and its implications, Chair, on the different product grades that are critical for different industries. And I can assure you, Chair, that there are certain interventions that we are taking from the standpoint of acquisition, and we'll share as the presentation continues. I would like now, Chair, to move to slide 13, Chair, so that we can save as much time as possible. Just to indicate, Chair, that at the level of upstream, there is an intervention that has been made at PetroSA that relates to partnership, so that the different blocks that we have, Chair, can be monetized and mined. And this also relates to the different opportunities that the AE from the coal side is looking at. We are also quite active, Chair, in relation to the upstream resource development bill in relation to the monetization of state carry and various engagements around that. As far as midstream, Chair, is concerned, and it will be also presented, there are opportunities that we are looking at that relate to the preservation of local refining capacity and how we deal with the extent to which cheap imports can just erode local industrial production within the refining space, but also the opportunities that we are unlocking from the standpoint of gas distribution infrastructure. From a downstream standpoint, what has become clear, Chair, is that there needs to be an aggressive push from the CEF group to capture that downstream market so that we can place product that is locally refined and also imported, Chairperson, in order to generate the much needed revenues for PetroSA. I'm going to ask, Chair, that I go to slide 15 that deals really with the internal factors, the factors that really keep us awake at night, that the presentation will try and respond to in terms of the various interventions from the various subsidiaries. What we are observing from a financial sustainability standpoint as an important risk, Chair, is the single source aspect of the clients of our entities. You take AE, for instance, there needs to be diversification also in terms of who is purchasing our product. At this point, it's only ESCOM. The same, Chair, goes for PetroSA, SFF as well in terms of storage. And the big one that really we are working quite hard at in terms of bringing financial sustainability relates to PetroSA. And this comes about because of the low capacity utilization, simply because the plant is not running due to feedstock challenges. The committee chair would remember that the GTL refinery ran out of locally sourced feedstock late 2020. And I think one other challenge that we have identified that needs to be dealt with, Chair, relates to the lack of synergies, and the optimization process that we've identified here is the merger process, Chair, which just by increasing synergies, we can increase savings to the tune of 1.5 billion rands within 3 years, Chair. And the concerted effort also is going towards dealing with decommissioning. And as Chair has indicated of CEF, there are leadership culture challenges that we are dealing with at the moment at the various subsidiaries, PetroSA included, so that the interventions that we have in place can bring about the desired impact that are reflected in our presentation, Chair. This slide, Chair, just puts to context where we think the different operations or entities are, and the types of interventions really that are required given the challenges that we have identified. You see, Chair, we've indicated categorization along stagnant, in decline, and in distress, and the entities within the SEF group that we think are in those categories, and the types of interventions that will be made will become clear as the colleagues after me present. But we see some positives from the standpoint of SEF-SOC that has reached maturity, but also strong balance sheet from the standpoint of IGAS and SFF. I'm going to now, Chair, hand over to Mr. Makanya to present from slide 19. Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Makanya.
Thank you very much, CEO. Greetings, Chair, and the honourable members. Chair, I think with that understanding of the external and internal operating environment driven by, of course, the energy transition, the targets for net zero, the closing of refineries, I think, in the country, and their impact on the overall security of energy supply, the rising oil prices, their own group's commercial sustainability challenges, issues of geopolitics, technological advancement, and the need for the SEF group to play a much more meaningful role to support government with broader national economic recovery imperatives. What then becomes the SEF group's role from a strategic response? So, Chair, we see the SEF group strategic response underpinned by 9 strategic drivers. Security of energy supply. How do we continue to play a much more meaningful role to retain the local refinery capacity and ensure security of energy supply, but not only from a refinery perspective, but right across the entire energy value chain? Being alert to the energy transition and how we move quite swiftly in the adoption of cleaner energy resources, but at the same time acknowledging the current and reserves that we have with regards to fossil fuel. Financial independence. The group chairperson spoke about us being a Schedule 2 entity that does not receive any funding from the state, and therefore, how do we become this commercially sustainable entity that can continue to plow back to support government's broader strategic initiatives? SNPC enablement, which is the merger of the 3 entities, and the CEO spoke about the value that we can realize from that. National economic development initiatives, issues of governance, the strategic partnerships. What could be the strategic role that the SEF group can play in bringing about international players into the shores of South Africa to invest in our local economy and create the much needed jobs, issues of operational excellence, so that we play in a highly competitive environment. We need to be highly competitive, not only as an SOE or as the SEF Group Federation, but also to benefit the country and matters pertaining to, I think, to funding and growth, and how we fund a number of these strategic initiatives, either from our own balance sheet, but also through forms of strategic partnership. Chair, those are the 9 strategic drivers that underpin then our planning horizon. So then you then look at how the SEF-SOC strategy, or the SEF group strategy, is laid out during the planning horizon. It's divided into the 3 horizons that the group chairperson spoke about. One being what we call the reset period, which is the current financial period, Chair, that we're in, which is really focused at resetting the group, stabilizing the group with what we call the critical 5 or key initiatives. It's the execution of the merger, stabilizing of operationally challenged entities, aggressively driving growth, and of course the repositioning of SEF-SOC to be an integrated investment company, entity, and to bring about the necessary investments into the country. And we are clear, Chair, about the desired performance during this planning period, what our desired position is as the SEF group, and what the critical enablers are for this planning period. And then the next horizon is really about, now that we've stabilized and we've reset, it's about scaling for growth. And there are strategic initiatives that we'll be chasing, Chairperson, honorable members. And again, we are clear about the desired outcomes and performance that we want to chase in that space and so forth. Chair, then I think at a high level, if you look at then, this is really just a summary of the CIF group strategy, I think in one slide, outlining then the strategic place. Next slide. This is maybe I think let's move to slide 23, Mr. Mashafu. Okay. So, Chair, this really just a summary of the CIF group scorecard, outlining the key the KPIs and the targets for this planning period under the consolidation and turnaround. So there are certain key results that we are chasing, and we are clear about the targets. And this is part of the CIF group methodology known as OKR, objectives and key results. So under each strategic theme, we're clear about the key result as well as the target. Next slide, Ms. Mashaku. And I think it's the same here, but maybe I think a focus, Chair, maybe just to go back on the previous slide, Ms. Mashafu, is really what the Group CEO spoke about, the strategy and long-term growth. This is what we call our license to operate. We must be commercially viable, commercially strong, so that we can be able to execute on other developmental initiatives. Next slide, Ms. Mashafu. And I think this is just the last one then, Chair, under the operational excellence. And really here, it's more about how we automate, how we become much more agile and nimble in order to be able to support the broader strategic initiatives and how we become much more effective. Slide 26 is just a summary, Chair, of the group initiatives throughout the planning horizon. Through you, Chair, I will now hand over to Mr. Moahi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members, chairs and colleagues on the line. Chair, basically the next few slides will just deal with individual subsidiary roles and actually what we're looking at. And the slide on the board, Chair, is to do with CIF as a holding company. The theme of commercial sustainability comes through, and you'll see that theme coming through all the subsidiaries, Chair. The other issue, Chair, in terms of strategic objective is to look at consolidation and turnaround. You know, as colleagues have said, we've got some financial challenges, and we need to consolidate to make sure that there are no overlaps and be able to turn the group around, Chair. And the last one is short-term and long-term growth, and those are all under revenue generation businesses, Chair. And we've got a strategic place underneath that underpins that. And in the interest of time, I will not go through all those there, Chair. On the right, we basically have got the support in terms of operational excellence, human performance, and more importantly, Chair, corporate governance and risk management enterprise. I mean, the honorable members will remember that we had a lot of lapses in terms of corporate governance, and CIF is actually focusing a lot to make sure that we make sure that all those are managed. We're going to be looking at organizational strategy, Chair, and in terms of that, there are three themes coming through, you know, which is energy investor, strategic oversight and subsidiary management, and that's actually still talking to making sure that there are no governance lapses like we had in the past, and basically continue to play a developmental role in supporting the government. Let's move. Apologies, Chair. Okay, thank you, Chair. Chair, in terms of AE, basically a few things that I just want to lift from AE, Chair. One challenge that we realize with African exploration is one company, one mine, one customer, and one product. And actually, we realized that that's a huge risk, and we decided to look at diversification. And while we diversify, we'll look at strategic partnership and acquisition to make sure that you get to generating revenue pretty quickly, Chair. In terms of iGas, Chair, the iGas, we know that it has been also one pipeline and revenue generator. And we're also looking at, just in terms of strategic plays, we want to expand and manage our gas transmission investment. We also want to trade gas coming out of Mozambique to generate revenue out of that. And the last but one, Chair, the most important one is to deal with acquisition of distribution infrastructure, Chair. Actually, we say we want to build the highways and allow more suppliers to come on board to be able to secure security of supply. PASA, Chair, continue to do what we have been doing, but the critical role is to make sure that we attract investment into the country, especially in the upstream, and we also expand continental shelf claim. But we want to shift, Chair, instead of just being one of those countries busy with exploration, we need to shift to production, Chair. And the last one, Chair, is SFF, continue to be focusing on diversifying infrastructure and acquiring new infrastructure, especially around finished products, because our market has changed. We actually need more finished product infrastructure in terms of our security of supply. And SFF will continue to focus on that, Chair. Chair, with that, I thank you. We decided actually that PetroSA will need special focus, and I'll ask the acting CEO of PetroSA to deal with the next space. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to you and protocol observed. I think earlier in the presentation, my colleagues articulated the problem statement and the challenge, the financial challenge that PetroSA finds itself in. And what we found is this financial crisis has led to numerous unintended consequences, which indeed do keep us up at night. So what I want to highlight through this slide are some of these key interventions that we are propelling to ensure that we do stabilize the organization. I must highlight that one of the critical enablers that we had found urgent to implement included the establishment and operation of the tripartite war room, led through the DMRE, CEF, as well as PetroSA, seeking to assist in developing and integrating plausible stabilization initiatives, as outlined in this slide. I think if I were just to highlight what these are really seeking to close in terms of what the current status is and what the desired end state is really talking to how we're able to increase and improve sales while reducing the costs of sales. This includes leveraging our existing stake in through the Ghana asset, as well as, of course, some of the accelerated opportunities around state-owned entity collaborations. I think it's also important that we are advancing feedstock solutions to enable the improved plant utilization of 3x3. And one of these critical aspects is the engagements that we're advancing with Total that are really seeking to secure the indigenous gas to feed this plant. Critical in the short term is to drive market expansion through the aggressive growth of our downstream business, that is trading solutions and logistics. And one of the areas that we've seen as critical is within the group, as well as with our sister state entities, to leverage infrastructure access while we utilize the financial instruments available within ourselves as we increase margins through imports. And of course, this is also talking to how we'd be looking to enhance our own human capital as well as organizational alignment. What I think is quite important to indicate is, notwithstanding these interventions, that the outlook for the next 3 years remains challenging. However, efforts will continue to be driven on the GTL refinery optimization and feedstock securing. Thank you very much. I will hand over to the Group CFO, Ms. Murabi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. I'm going to present the financial plan that underpins our corporate strategy. On our
Financial performance, it's important to highlight that we'll be embarking on investment drive over the planning period to enhance our revenue streams, and we will also implement some strategies to turn around PetroSA. PetroSA takes up 95% of the group's business, and therefore we needed to focus there to make sure that we rectify the financial sustainability challenge that we have. On this slide, on the first 2 years of the planning period, we'll be starting to implement our growth initiatives, and therefore we anticipate to generate some net losses of an average of 436 for each year on average. And in the 2 outer years, we then anticipate to generate net profits of 1.3 billion per annum on average. And this is mainly due to the gross profits that we're going to generate, mainly coming from PetroSA, as PetroSA will be increasing their finished product volumes, and also the Romco transaction, we are just about to finalize it, and we're going to get dividends from the additional 15% of the Romco shareholding. And you will realize that we'll generate benefits of additional dividends from the first year of the planning period, whereas on other initiatives, the benefits will be generated in the 2 outer years. And on this slide, Chairperson, our cash is going to increase by 1.36 billion from the base year to the outer year of the financial year. And you'll note, due to mainly the 40% Romco shares that we're going to get over the planning period. And you will note that we'll invest in different assets across the group. And then we anticipate also to fund our investment from loans, equity, and partnership. In the first year of the planning period, you'll note a jump on external loans there of 3.6 billion. The 3.1 billion is the capital that we're going to raise for Romco asset. And on the financial position, important to note is that the group will remain solvent over the planning period with the net asset value of 9.4 billion. And our assets are anticipated to increase from 29 billion to 33 billion in the outer year. And the main contributor there is that 40% shares Romco dividends. And our liabilities are also going to increase to 3.3 billion in the first planning year. And this is mainly due to the loan that we would raise for Romco.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I think because of time, Chair, I'm going to go to the concluding remarks slide, just to indicate, Chair, that the focus has been really on the 5 main points that relates to consolidation and turnaround, commercial sustainability, and long-term strategy, amongst other factors, including human performance and operational excellence. Those are the main pillars, strategic themes, Chair, that are anchoring the strategy of the Central Energy Fund to really turn the tide, as indicated by the CFO. And I think part of what becomes important for us going forward is the growth agenda that is underpinned by strategic partnerships and acquisitions. And I Chair here, we are going for off-balance sheet acquisitions and on-balance sheet acquisitions, partnerships that allow us to place our products in the market. And as indicated, the measure becomes quite an important instrument of really optimizing the way in which our assets and rights can interact at the level of IGAS, SFF, and Petro SA, which then means that SEFSOC will need to be repositioned as a strategic investor and a strategic parent in relation to seeing through the measure, but also investing in those critical areas that are important for security of supply. And of course, what will remain critical are the interventions that will continue to make at Petro SA to stabilize Petro SA, Chair, and really get to the bottom of malfeasance and poor performance, as indicated in the Chair's introduction, the intensification of the actions that have already been taken, Chair, so that we can drive a high-performance organization that delivers on the security of supply. I would humbly, Chair, pause there and hand it back to our chairperson, Chair. Thank you. I'll hand it over to you again, Chair. Thank you.
Ipower kimi hlele emgwaqweni asizuyela. Thank you very much, Seth. I wanted to do it this way. Can we get questions of clarity on Seth? I'm just looking at the time. That's why I decided to go for questions of clarity on Seth. Then when we come back, we deal with SADPMR and then SDT. I see only the hand of Honorable Milam. Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Malinga. It seems those are the people. Honorable Malinga, then Honorable Milam, then it will be Honorable Malinga.
Thank you, Chairperson. And thank you very much for the presentation. I do want to just raise like a cautionary hand, if you will. We've seen these presentations for the last couple of years about CEF Group's turnaround, and unfortunately, we're still in a state where the financial situation is at best iffy, I guess. You've got negative revenue. Well, you've got basically a loss. You are projecting 3 to 5 years out that you'll be making profits and that you will have a net surplus. But we've seen these presentations before and they have come of naught. So I want to raise a caution and say that while we need to do everything we can to turn these entities around, at some point we are going to have to take a decision and say it's no longer worth it to keep throwing good money after bad. And so I do want to urge the CEF board and the subsidiary boards to ensure that these plans come to fruition now. That said, Chair, I think that there are some good initiatives here. I'm very pleased to see that the disposal of non-core assets at Petro SA has taken place. Chair, when we were in Mossel Bay a couple of weeks ago, we heard from Petro SA that they were looking at either refurbishing or essentially replacing their entire plant at that facility, and in order to make it meet current standards and meet the demand for what they need to do. And then when we were in NECSA, there was some discussion at Pelindaba Enterprises about the resources that they have available for precision manufacturing. And I think there's an opportunity here for two state-owned companies to synergize and utilize each other's needs and requirements in order to optimize their cash flows. So I would urge Petro SA and CEF Group to look at other entities within the Department of Energy and see if there are resources there that they can utilize to assist them in achieving their goals. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings again to yourself and everybody on the platform. Chairperson, let me also welcome the presentation by the SEF group and zoom straight to the comments made by the chair of SEF in terms of the merger. Chairperson, the last time they came before the portfolio committee on the merger of Petro SA, SFF, and iGas, there were timelines. I just want to check, Chair, how far are they with those timelines and how soon can we see the merger being concluded, Chair? She also made mention of 3 entities, if I heard her correctly, 3 entities that were not or which did not receive grants. Which are those?
Is it me who disappeared or we have lost Honorable Malenga? The nobles of my entities, which entities?
Yes, which are the entity? If I had the chairperson of the SEF board correctly, she said that there were 3 entities that did not receive grants. Which are those entities, Chair, and what was the reason that they were not given transfers? Chairperson, also, I think it's Mr. Mavuso who made mention that the balance sheet from SFF and iGas, they look very strong. I am worried, Chair, that you will merge 2 entities that have 2 balance sheet that look strong with Petro SA, that is their finances are neither here nor there. How do they intend to make this workable, Chair? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Malenga. I'm sure, Chair, you will quickly round up in terms of the responses. The only thing I must say, I don't want to say whether I must fear, whether I must be happy, I don't know, please. It's shocking, some of the things. It would have been nice, Chair, because you know, when you come here, sometimes you get hammered. It would be nice to get this particular updates and it be in a more recorded information. Obviously, we have to give you space to deal and interact with those issues. But the question would be, these things that you are raising, for how long have they been happening? And that's why I'm saying, I'm not sure, I'm just mild. It's good news, but at the same time, I would say that's what leadership should do. And I think this is what some of us have been calling for. I'm not saying there's someone who's guilty, but when there is a suspicion of certain underhand things that are happening, leadership must rise and act. Now, I'm saying the only thing we would know, if it happened to be true, please let it not disappear. Some people must take the consequences of that. And it would mean it's not something that is new. The point I'm trying to say is that for now, I would say for the first time in any entity, I get someone who says, we picked up this is how we have acted, and these are the things that have been happening. Stripping off of equipment, disappearing of these, unholy alliances in terms of accessing what is accrued or of benefit, whether fuel or what. I'm just saying the way though you put it, it was more like it's just those opening remarks. I want you to give us assurance. Let's sit at this committee and say, now there, anyway, they say it takes a woman to to determine the outcomes. When everybody is defeated, it will then say give it to women and they can do it. Now I'm happy that at least as you are, I'm not sure what, I might be alone, but I'm a little bit, even if I was a little bit dizzy or drowsy, I became much more, I would say, there is someone giving us, maybe there is something that will come out of this. I just wanted to say that it was just my observation. Can I get your response, Chair, and your team, or otherwise it's just my comment on this one that I'm talking about.
Thank you very much, Chair, for that summary at the end and the input, and also thanks for to the members for the questions. I think what I will say really just from my side is that from all the board's point of view, we'll make sure that oversight is strengthened and that there is leadership stability, consequence management is taken, and I think more so on the fact that the Honorable Milam's point that you've been seeing these presentations, for quite a while now, and you actually want to see, some delivery. I think from the board, that is the role that we're going to play, and we're going to make sure that we get management to account, and we also have stability at that level. I think I'm also just going to deal with one more and then ask the executive to assist. The funding or who actually in the group gets the grants, it's only PASA that gets grants from government. Otherwise, the other entities actually are self-funded, so they have to generate their own income and make sure that they're efficient in running their operations. So it's just only PASA who actually is who gets the grant from the government. So I'm going to ask that Dr. Mukwoka deals with the merger issues that were raised, and then also for Ms. Nemane to deal with the refurbishment of Petro SA, or what is the status, and then maybe the balance sheet. I don't know if Mr. Muahi want to deal with the balance sheet of IGES and SFF, that they are strong. Dr. Mukwoka.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think my response will go to Honorable Malinga's question in relation to the measure, where it is, Chair. We went to Cabinet Committee to present the measure and the measure archetype, and the response that we got last year was that go and seek a second opinion on the legal and the financial aspects of the measure archetype that you are proposing. We went and did that, Chair, and we received a thumbs up from the legal second opinion and the financial second opinion, Chair. What is now left is to go to the cabinet sitting in order to table the matter at the cabinet, but we did get an approval at the level of the cabinet committee, Chair. And I think the measure archetype is sensitive, Chair, to the special legal status of SFF and the commercial challenges that we have to ring fence at Petro SA. I'll now, Chair, call on Ms. Nemane to deal with questions that relate to Petro SA. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think mine will be quite brief to thank and acknowledge the comments made by the honourable members on the aspects around Petro SA. And I think as we pursue the interventions around strategic partnerships relating to securing feedstock in a competitive manner and addressing the refurbishment of the plant to ensure that we reinstate utilization optimally, we will also be leveraging the partnerships as guided within the ecosystem of the state entities to ensure that we do indeed realize the overarching benefit of the resources that are available in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, the question from Honorable Malinga regarding the balance sheet of SFF, and Petro SA, Honorable Malinga, we very much awake to the fact that we should not do the measure at the expense of collapsing the balance sheet of those two companies. We are working very hard to make sure that we at least get Petro SA to the manageable stage, so that when we do the measure, Petro SA can actually not collapse those two companies. Actually, since this morning, we've been locked in the room as executives going through what should we be doing with Petro SA. So I can give the assurance that we are working hard to make sure that that does not happen. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think we believe that we've addressed the questions asked by the honorable members. Chair, thank you very much. We'll hand it back to you.
Done, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. I think from our side, we've responded to all the questions that were posed to us. So I think we will be guided by you, Chair, whether this is it in terms of the contributions. Thank you.
I can't see any other hand except assuming it's the old hand of Honorable Madinga. That has not been. Look, Honorable members, the issue is that the issue of the measure, I didn't want to enter it. It's part of our program. It is scheduled as per the promise. We tried to shift it to be as far back as possible. We hope you would have had the opportunity to then have engaged the executive, particular the cabinet. But let me leave it at this stage. At that point, I'm sure, based on whether you would have made a request or no request in terms of your state of readiness, we'll make that consideration at that point with regards to the measures and also the implications thereof. At this stage, Chair, Observe, thank you very much with your team. Like I said, at least there's something for me that is telling us that there is some degree of determination to turn things around. And I must give you, even before we finish here, I must give you the assurance that all the necessary and required support you will get from this committee, as long as you are doing something that anyway the committee has been asking and begging, not only you, many of other entities, and we will look forward to that. Maybe it would be a good measure even for future references. On that note, honorable members, with all of the presentation that have been made, we are going to take a break. Fortunately, no one is going to ask for something from anyone. If you don't have something to eat, you can just sit and take a nap and wake up at 2 o'clock when we come for the SADPMR and the SDT. And then we will then take questions after that. The time now is 12:59. Let's be back at 13:59, and then we are commencing at 1400. Thank you very much. The meeting is on a break for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Should we go on, Chair?
The floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Committee Chair, members, acting DG, and colleagues. Can I request that, as I'm speaking, we be allowed the sharing rights be given to the CEO, Cecil Khoza, because he's the one who's going to do the presentation. Could please the sharing rights be given to Cecil Khoza to put up his presentation while I'm still talking. Chair, on a lighter note, as we went for lunch, I was expecting that we'll see some Uber Eats compliments from you, Chairperson. But unfortunately, there was nothing arriving. So some of us, so we can't call this a graveyard shift because we had nothing. So it's an ordinary shift like in the morning. Chair, in my highlight, I just want to go quickly through three points. The first point is the issue how we developed the processes that we followed in development of our annual performance plan. Fortunately, the regulators got well-defined clients who are also very well organized. So we started the process by having several workshops with our clients in order for us to get their views, in order for us to have a neat analysis from them to understand what is it that they expect from us, but not deviating from our legislative requirements. We shared our views with them. And then thereafter, we had a strategic session between the board and management, which came at the end of it. Then we had our plans. We decided to have these consultative processes. You'll see as I go on towards the end why we are trying this consultative process. And in the meantime, after the workshop and having the APP and throughout the course of the year, we've decided that we'll have customer satisfaction surveys where our clients, if they come to our offices, will fill in a customer satisfaction form in order for us to monitor the progress within the organization as to whether we are finding each other with our clients. The second issue I wanted to raise is the issue of efficiencies in the regulator. Members are all aware that our core business as the SADPMR, it's the licensing regime. And what we are currently doing, we're trying to move our staff and utilize our staff better to service this core business. Our aim is to do better than the legislated turnaround time in giving our licenses. At the same time, we're trying to develop a few SMMEs within the industry we serve. We do this in partnership. We don't have any funding for it, so we do it in partnership with our clients or our stakeholders, and we continuously monitor it. What you find in most cases with SMMEs, you find that everybody gets happy to develop new entries into the industry, but never monitor them going forward. So you find that they survive for 2-3 years and they die off. So we want to monitor it continuously and continue encouraging our partners to help those SMMEs. This is the only way that we see that will help us having more new entrants into sustainable entrants, new entrances into our business. The last issue I just want to go through, Chair, is the High Court judgment on the 2018 Mining Charter. I think it's called Mining Charter 3, where the judgment invalidated the Section 4 of the Charter. If members could recall, Section 4 of the Charter was on applicability of mining charter to licenses granted under the Precious Metal Act and the Diamond Act. Fortunately, we decided not to throw our hands on the air when we got the judgment. Instead, we decided that although there's no legislation that is forcing this to continue, but we decided to continue monitoring it. And these workshops that we hold with the industry, we're hopeful that they'll foster a better relationship between us and the industry. And as a result, we will continuously just nudge them, and just remind them that, if you do that and that in the transformation of the industry, it could help the industry, could also help you as our clients. So hence, that's why we are trying by all means to continue to have a good relationship with our clients. I'll leave it there, Chair, because the CEO will go further in details on some of the issues that I've just raised. CEO Cecil, can you go on then? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, acting DG, chairpersons of boards, and fellow colleagues, I would like to greet you on this beautiful Friday afternoon. The chairperson made a good introduction regarding our mandate, which we emphasize that our role is simple. In simple terms, our role is to issue licenses, enforce legislation, and facilitate trading of diamonds and precious metals in the Republic of South Africa. And obviously, that is done in conjunction with the other applicable legislation. We have to consider all the legislation that is listed in that slide. Now, what we have done in the pack was to provide you with a diagrammatic representation of our mandate for both the diamonds value chain as well as one for precious metals. That's just to give you an orientation of what the industry value chain looks like and where we fit into that value chain. And we'll go straight into the main focus of our presentation today by reflecting at what we have achieved over the past 5 years. We have managed to issue 2,581 licenses, permits, and certificates. And on an annual basis, we record approximately about 2,300 valid and active licenses or permits or certificates. And these are representative of all the provinces of the Republic of South Africa. And our performance has been consistently taking an upward trend until COVID-19 came about and prompted National Treasury to advise entities to revise or adjust their targets. And we will recall that we accordingly had to reset some of our targets to align with the realities of the time. Hence, if you look on the slide, you will see that there's a lesser number in the MTF period of the licenses that we are looking forward to be issuing compared to what we had done in the previous cycle. And I can also mention that during that very same period, we managed to clinch a clean audit in the 2019-2020 financial year. In terms of the vision, our strategic plan is mainly focused on transformation, beneficiation, enforcement, and skills development, which is part of what the chairperson highlighted about enterprises. And I can mention that when the board was appointed, they introduced specific new targets and objectives. So going forward on this presentation, I'll take you through selected focal areas in the APP, where the board has made significant changes to the previous strategic objectives and targets. That slide just shows the programs that we have that they have not changed: regulatory compliance, diamond trade, corporate services, legal, security risk, and governance, as well as internal audit and finance. On our core business objectives and targets, we are increasing our effort with other law enforcement agencies to curb illicit trading in minerals. We have increased the number of disruptive inspections to be conducted with SAPs. These are actually unannounced inspections, where if we pick up anomalies in the registers or there's suspicious activities that are reported or picked up by inspectors, then we'll make arrangements to go and do an unannounced or disruptive inspections, and where necessary, arrests are made. There's always been a challenge with regards to issuing of licenses within the stipulated 60 days. The chairperson mentioned the issue of efficiencies, and that's where it comes in. We have put in new operational measures to improve in that regard, and we have already seen positive results, especially with beneficiation licenses. Also, an organizational design process has been undertaken within the regulator with a view to ensuring optimal utilization of resources to boost capacity, especially in the core business divisions. Regulatory compliance was given priority, and those divisions falling under that branch have been restructured to reflect a multi-skilled team of inspectors supported by specialists in the disciplines of diamonds, precious metals, beneficiation, transformation, and enforcement. The project is being implemented, and we envisage to complete the critical work by June 2022. Part of that program or the action plan is to monitor the implementation thereof and evaluation, and aim to finish that by November 2022. We have not been deterred by the setting aside of certain clauses of the charter, which the chairperson alluded to. That judgment actually affected the largest part of our transformation agenda or objectives as set out in the charter that was set aside. It is, of course, a huge setback, but we continue to work closely with industry, and industry has reacted positively because of our constant engagement with them. We have now included the Enterprise Development Program, under which a number of projects have been initiated. Just to give context to that, we have one project that benefited 18 SMMEs, and we have started with a new intake now with another 15. There's another new project that will have another 15 beneficiaries. But some of our projects, the majority of them have on average 5 SMMEs benefiting from this project. We are starting with new projects in the first year and building up to our cumulative target of 27 over the MTEF. In these projects, what we try to achieve is through a mentorship or incubation process, take our candidates through certain milestones up to a point where they graduate. And it should be mentioned that this enterprise program is over and above the existing skills development training under diamond trade, which is offered internally to new entrants in the area of diamond valuation. We have been reporting on that particular one previously. There's also a new focus with regards to access to the Diamond Exchange and Export Center by ensuring that those historically disadvantaged persons who couldn't access the DEC or the industry, those holding beneficiation licenses are encouraged and invited to visit our trade platform. As far as corporate services and other support services are concerned, we are, sorry, I skipped, I should go back to diamond trade, sorry. We are continually responding to the threat of synthetic diamonds by providing relevant detecting equipment. Actually, we are procuring detection equipment, and we have introduced APP targets regarding the detection and verification of undisclosed lab-grown diamonds. On corporate services, we are ensuring organizational development by implementing a substantial number of change management interventions. We plan 2 for the current year, and we'll have 6 over the MTEF. Skip on those ones that you are quite familiar with. We have increased our stakeholder engagement efforts, as the chairperson has alluded to, and a number of workshops have already been held with industry, both the private, the precious metal sector as well as the diamond sector, just to articulate our vision as well as to understand the industry challenges. We have planned to conduct 20 of similar engagements, amongst others, for the year, and to have a cumulative of 60 over the period. We are also mindful of the potential implications of the fourth industrial revolution, as we are developing online application systems. We will also have online submission of registers or our statistical reports, and we are building up on online bidding systems for the trade platform. We now have a new output on sound corporate governance. The board is prioritizing and is constantly monitoring the implementation of the management action plans to address internal and external audit findings, as we presented earlier to the PPC. We have also added targets relating to internal audit, which was not there before. The whole idea is to obtain clean audits going forward. On ensuring an effective, efficient, and development-oriented regulator, we will implement a revenue strategy or financial sustainability strategy. This is to ensure that we cushion the entity from unpredictable market forces, especially given the current geopolitical dynamics. The number of instances of non-compliance to PFMA, and that means irregular, wasteful, and fruitless expenditure have been targeted at 0. And we deliberately set these targets high because we believe that this will keep us on our toes. We are also upgrading our ERP by identifying and implementing finance application modules to move away from time-consuming manual systems and to reduce the frequency of human-induced errors. With regards to our budget, we have complied with National Treasury guidelines. As far as our financial situation is concerned, we have stabilized and are on a healthy path. You will recall that we came previously to lament about our situation, which was not looking good at the time. And we have now stabilized, but it will be premature to declare that we are out of the woods as yet because our markets are unpredictable. So one cannot put a long-term projection as to how these will behave. Therefore, we have had to be prudent in terms of how we approach our expenditure and projections. Our total revenue of 114,549 million and total expenditure of 114,351 are increasing correspondingly through the MTF with reasonably marginal project surpluses. The projections show a sustained significant increase in internal revenue as compared to a marginal increase in grant allocation, with expenditure being contained and kept as low as possible. You will note that we receive our grant from government, which is just over 50% of our budget. And most of the money, the balance, is collected internally through services. With regards to challenges, we have realized that the challenges faced by the regulator have not gone away. We will continue to engage the department to facilitate engagements with relevant stakeholders such as the National Treasury and SARS to address issues around VAT exemption, VAT administration, and export levies, due to complaints that have always been received from industry because of delays in terms of paying out VAT over long periods of time. We believe that with this strategy, we are setting ourselves on a good path to building a world-class regulator. With that, Chairperson, I would like to thank you.
Thank you, Chair. That concludes our presentation as SADPMR. Thanks.
Okay, sangenzela lolu msebenzi omama uGanede. SDT.
Good afternoon, Chair. We can request the link from SADPMR. Oh, thanks very much. Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Mandla Mguni, the CEO of the State Diamond Trader. Thanks very much, Chairperson, for allowing us to make this presentation. And good afternoon to honorable PPC members, and all protocol is observed. Chair, we are just starting to link the document, but in our midst, Chairperson, we do have the Chairperson of the board, Umel Ledingwane, and the executives, which is our CFO, who's going to make a presentation at the later stage. And the operations manager and our newly appointed company secretary, who's the one that is making a link for us, Chairperson. It seems as if there's a challenge with that. Apparently, it seems as if the host doesn't allow for us to share, Chairperson.
Please indicate who is the committee, the company secretary.
It's Mr. Sihle Mhlangu. He's the one who's trying to connect. Apparently, the host doesn't want to accept the link.
So he has co-hosting rights now.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm sure now you can see the link. Can I have just a confirmation that we can see the link, Chair?
Proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We'll start, Chairperson, with slide number 4, basically, which gives just a brief background about the State Diamond Trader, which was established in 2027 in terms of Section 14 of the Diamond Act of 1986, Chairperson. Basically, we are about ensuring that at least we support and facilitate the growth of local diamond beneficiation. That's basically what we are, Chairperson. In terms of the PMFMA, we are a Section 3B as a business entity, Chairperson. We will now move, Chairperson, to slide number 6, which basically deals with our mandate, Chairperson. We basically indicate ourselves as a business entity with some social character, or we have that commercial sustainability, because we need to be commercially sustainable as the State Diamond Trader in ensuring, but at the same time, ensuring that there's also that developmental nature we have, because that's basically our mandate, because we are focusing on beneficiation. 5 activities that we normally do in terms of our mandate, because, Chair, we normally buy and sell rough diamonds from the producers. We do that through a market prices that we normally do. Out of that, Chairperson, we do a equitable access to beneficiation in terms of the rough diamonds that we have. We also, Chairperson, responsible to ensuring that all those diamonds are cut and polished in South Africa, which basically we are focusing on HDSA. We're also addressing also the distortion that was created with the previous situation in South Africa. All that, Chairperson, we do in terms of legislation, because we are expected to purchase at least 10% of runoff mines. So basically, that's what we are doing, Chairperson, as the state diamond trader. We will move, Chairperson, to slide number 8. Basically, Chairperson, this is a slide that deals with our operations as a state diamond trader. We do have our core functions, which one is more about purchasing, where we do go and view the rough diamonds from the producers. From them, we do a sorting and evaluation of the diamonds that we get through the production. Then from there, we sell the diamonds to all the relevant clients that we have, and we also have the clients' relations. Basically, this is our core function as the state diamond trader, because we are trading on diamonds. Then we also have our support services, which basically is our HR, ICT, finance, our governance and legal, and as well as security. Those are supportive services that we have as the state diamond trader. We can now move to the next slide, which is slide number 10. Basically, Chairperson, when we're preparing the corporate plan or the APP that we are presenting, Chairperson, we did some analysis, 2 analyses that we conducted, Chairperson, in terms of the business. The one was the pestle, Chairperson, where we were just viewing the entity, also the environment in which we are operating. Therefore, in terms of the pestle, we look at the political situation that we're operating in, the economic part, the social part, the technology, environment, legal, and ethical that we are presenting or promoting the entity. The last section, what we also did, Chairperson, we also did another tool of analysis, which is the SWOT analysis, where we looked at our strength as the state diamond trader, which are looking at the internal part of the state diamond trader, and also look at the weaknesses which are within the state diamond trader. We at the same time look outside in terms of the SWOT analysis, checking the threats that are there in the environment and the opportunities that we can look at them and going forward. Because everything that we are going to do, Chairperson, was also based on both the pestle and together the SWOT analysis, Chairperson. Therefore, Chairperson, we now moving to slide number 13. The slide number 13, Chairperson, is more about the alignment, because as a state diamond trader, we have to look whether are we aligning to the government. We looked at the NDP outcomes, which are applicable to the state diamond trader. We look at outcome number 4, which deals with decent employment. We also look at outcome number 5, which deals with skills and capable workforce, and outcome number 12, which deals with effective and efficiency of the developmental orientation of public services. Those are the outcomes that we looked in terms of the NDP. We further, Chairperson, align ourselves to the government priorities, priority number 1, and priority number 2, and also priority number 7, Chairperson, which we are aligned to ourselves. We further, Chairperson, align to the MRE priorities, which deals with transforming mineral resources and increase investment of mineral resources. Thereafter, Chairperson, we created our own outcomes and also our outcome indicators, Chairperson, which deal with about transformation, a capable workforce, a knowledge base, and innovative organization. We've improved corporate performance and also the financial sustainability, which are 5 outcomes that we have as the state diamond trader, Chairperson. Then when we move to slide number 15, we are dealing basically with the summary of the APP for 2022-2023. The first one, Chairperson, we are focusing on the core business of the entity, looking at transformation, where we look at the outcome indicators, which is more about ensuring that we are creating Black participation and ownership in terms of the diamonds. There are activities or targets that we have set up ourselves, Chairperson, that we want to increase the purchase of rough diamonds to 4.5. That we also looked into what was happening in terms of the baseline of the 2019-2020, which was 2%. So we have increased by 4.5%. We have also increased in terms of the HDS, what is it that we want to promote or want to sell or to HDSA. We are increasing from 65 million to 67 million based on the previous baseline. We are also going to increase the supply of carats in terms of the carats that we normally observe, evaluate, Chairperson. Then we are also targeting the enterprise development program, which is focusing on young Black people, so that at least they can get an opportunity to be part in the diamond industry. The next one, Chairperson, was about training and development, where we, in terms of our outcome indicators, at least we want to increase the skills of the workforce and also ensuring that we work in a safe working environment, Chairperson. Those are issues that we'll do. We will continue, Chairperson, submission of our workplace skills plan and implement it accordingly, ensuring that the bursaries that we have started, Chairperson, we increase, because at least now we have 2 graduates that are also coming from the bursaries that we have. We'll also ensure that at least we improve our employee wellness program. The next aspect, Chairperson, or outcome, deals with our innovation, where we are collaborating with some entities to ensure that at least there's innovation and creativity in the state diamond trader. We are having some collaboration with Mintech and CSIR, ensuring that at least we promote the issue of innovation in the state diamond trader. That will also assist the entity. The next outcome and outcome indicator, Chairperson, deals with about the compliance for the state diamond trader, ensuring that at least we comply with all the regulations, all the targets that we have set. We are, as a state diamond trader, ensuring that at least we have a target that deals with the corporate governance, that we strengthen it, and ensuring that all the functions that we do, we align to legislation. We will ensure that, Chairperson, we improve the fraud and prevention that doesn't take place within the state diamond trader. We have measures in place that we have put. We do have that policy, Chairperson. We review that on a regular basis, Chairperson. We will ensure that we comply to Public Finance Management Act. Because of the checklist that we have, the corporate plan, the budget, quarterly report, and annual report, and risk register, we will ensure that we deal with those. Those are part of the functions that we'll be dealing with, and also will improve the stakeholder management. The last outcome, Chairperson, outcome indicator is about financial viability of the state diamond trader. You remember, Chairperson, the last 2-3 years, we had some financial challenges because of the COVID. But Chairperson, we can now respond to that, but the finance Chairperson, CFO will deal with that, but we can indicate, Chairperson, that our finance are stable currently, and we can also indicate that we are an entity that is currently financially solvent with the current situation that we find ourselves. The CFO will deal with that at the later stage, Chairperson. However, in terms of our finances, Chairperson, we must indicate that at least our bank balance is good, and we can meet our financial obligation and all the APP targets that we have set, Chairperson. We can deal with that. So we also have some targets that we have improved, that we ensure that we still maintain our financial stability. We will ensure that we improve in terms of the audit findings. We have put some measures in place to ensure that all the issues that were raised by the AG, we are dealing with them, so improve that also our ICT, Chairperson, that we need to improve them. And next slide, Chairperson, slide 20 deals with the challenges that we are facing. We still have a challenge in terms of the funding for the state demonstrator because we are a Section 3B, but we did also have our review our business plan, showing that at least we improve in terms of the entity. The rough diamonds that we currently produce in South Africa, only 50% are basically the ones that are economically viable or economically could be used by the clients that we have. Is something that we also need to look into. Our clients, Chairperson, most of them, because they're HDSA clients, they don't have also funding, they don't also have training, hence we also ensuring that we also do that. Other issue that we dealt with is legislation, Chairperson. We can, Chairperson, confirm that the work has already started with the DMRE. We are part of the committee that the DMRE has started in terms of ensuring that we relook into the legislation. There is still a decline in production, Chairperson. We hope that with DPS at the Vanesha mine, we might be able to get more diamonds even for our clients, Chairperson. But we are understanding that the clients, the diamonds are declining. However, we are still looking at other alternatives, which we have submitted in our business plan, looking at getting even other suitable diamonds from outside the country. The issue of the price is still a challenge because we still depend on what the producers are putting on the table, and then we have to negotiate that. And that does have a influence on the margins that we make as a state diamond trader. At the end of the day, it does also affect even our clients. The next thing, Chairperson, that we also looked when we go to slide number 23 is about the risk, because out of the corporate plan, everything that we have put in place, we are looking at some risks, Chairperson. We had about 11 risks, but critical, Chairperson, is about the amendment of legislation, the illegal miners, because they do affect the level or the production that we received. The business continuity, Chairperson, we don't want to see ourselves like it happened in 2 years' time in terms of the lockdown. It's something that we have also looked into, and we've came with some risk mitigation on that. The current geographical, geopolitical instability, especially in terms of Russia and Ukraine, will also have some impact because some of the diamonds are coming from Russia. However, Chairperson, we are depending here on the government. We will not act as a state diamond trader. We will depend on what the government tells what we need to do. We also, other issue that we have also looked into, the issue of compliance in terms of supply chain management, so that we avoid irregular expenditure, wasteful, and all these other issues, Chairperson. We are looking into that. So we have also mitigation factors in terms of the Chairperson. The last issue, Chairperson, from my side is about the market trends. We also look at the market trends, looking at the GDP. We're also looking at the customer demands that is there, the supply of rough diamonds. We know that this financially it has been a good year for the state diamond trader and the industry at large. So those are the issues that we look, because those are the ones that are assisting us paving the way going forward as we are planning, Chairperson. We are looking at manufacturing capacity, rough and diamond pricing that we normally do. Basically, Chairperson, this is a summary that we can give in terms of the APP going forward. I'm going to request our CFO to take us through the budget, Chairperson, also the budget assumptions that we have going forward. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, CEO. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. All protocol observed. Just to highlight, as the CEO has alluded, that the current financial period, it was the good financial period for us, as we've made a revenue of over 1 billion, and we've made a profit of 52 million, which make that to have some improvement on our cash balance to over 100 million. We took the consecutive approach on our revenue when we were making the budget, just to highlight that our revenue only consists of our rough diamonds, and we plan to have revenue of 826 in 22-23, and to have some slightly increase for the next 5 years. With regards to the gross profit, we budgeted the 4% on our gross margin for the entire period of the budget. And for the operating cost, we have just allocated the 5%, which is going to be consistent throughout the 5-year period of the budget. And for the finance income, we're expecting to get some interest from the bank, as we still have some cash available, which it will be about 2.5 million to 2.9 million. The finance expense, it relates to the interest should we get any credit facility. So we did take that into account, which will amount to 867,000 in 2023, up to over 1 million in 2026-27. We expecting to make some profit based on the demand for the rough diamonds in 22-23 of 4.3 million. If you can move to slide 27. As I have alluded that we are planning to make the profit over the next 5 years, and this is dependent on the demand for the rough diamonds. I would like to stop here. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. That's our presentation.
Thank you, Chairperson. These are our presentations, Chairperson. I will then hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Makamete. Well done, good people. Next time I must start with you so that you can set the pace. Let me check then, honorable members. Are there any questions? I see the head of Honorable Lorima. Is there any other hand? In the absence of another hand, I can see it's a Friday. It's by fatigue. Honorable Lorima?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. First of all, with the regulator, there was really just one area that I wanted to talk about. And that was right at the end of the presentation, slide 27, the issue of VAT exemption on imports. As I understand it, that's something that the industry would like, because the position at the moment is that they have to pay out VAT and then wait a long time to get the VAT returned, and it affects cash flow. Am I correct in that? And then can you just tell us, you say the support required is engagement with SARS. I know this has been a problem for a long time. What's actually happening there? I mean, what's the progress in your engagement with SARS? Who's engaging with SARS on your behalf? Are you engaging with them directly? Can you just fill us in on what is going on there? My other questions are for the State Diamond Trade, State Diamond Trader. Going on to, I think it's slide 10. I'm not sure of the numbering. The numbers at the bottom of the pages. Your external situational analysis. You say environmental carbon emissions for transportation of diamonds. Just explain that. I thought you could put diamonds in your pocket, but maybe I'm wrong and I'm missing something. So explain that to me. The following slide, your SWOT analysis. There is you talk about the sustainability of the current business model. just very briefly explain to us what's wrong with the current business model and what needs to be done? I mean, very briefly. Slide 17, you say that clients do not receive suitable rough diamonds as a result of the run-of-mine provisions. Now, why is that? And I suppose in that answer, could you also tell us what percentage of run-of-mine diamonds are you actually buying? That would be interesting. Slide 18, you say that fair market value is not supportive of the transformation agenda. Now, does that mean if you paid fair market value, then your clients would not be able to afford your diamonds? Slide 23. Just explain, look, I know these things are very difficult in a market like the diamond market to project, but why are you projecting a profit decrease over the medium term, over 4 or 5 years? Then to some particulars, how many local beneficiators are you selling diamonds to at the moment? Then of the top 3 domestic clients, about what percentage of your sales goes to each of those top 3 clients? And then finally, do you have any idea what percentage of the rough diamonds that you sell are being exported without being beneficiated? That's it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Arena. Now, just very quickly, mine, I want, maybe I will appreciate on the issues that have been engaged. My addition on you SADPMR, in fact, I think both of my questions issues will be with you. Just to expand on that issue, I heard you talked about legislation, and I saw what you are proposing on the legislation on the other side, the amendments that must be made on the legislation. In addition to the issue of the engagement with SARS, to what extent, if there is no progress there, do you think that there has, or do you think that in the absence of progress, will there be a need to have an expedited process of a legislative amendment? I think that's to me the issue. I know the VAT issue is not necessarily a legislative framework, but at some point, there might be a need when looking at it to have a demand for that. The last question for me, I'm just interested, it's nice, maybe if we want us to pack it today, it sounded very nice, the issue with regards to the improvement in licensing. You said you had a system, but now with the new system that you are having, part of the problem that one has had for so many years, and you said there have been, let me say, backlog or we have been behind at some point on these things of less, but now there is a huge improvement. What is it? What method? Maybe we can borrow from you, or should we park that for another day to just come and unpack to us how you have improved the area with regards to licensing? If it's a cumbersome thing, maybe you can suggest, no, let's put that aside, Chair. There are other options that we can consider, either sending it in writing, present to the committee, both the challenges we had with licensing and with what now we are actually doing, which has made an improvement. I think that's the last issue. I don't want to go, maybe let me ask, has there been clarity now on the issue of the rental or whatever at your new site at OR Tambo? Maybe that those to me will be the areas of interest. Can I give it to you through you, Mamukamed?
Yes, Chairperson. Can you repeat that, Chairperson? I just got a bit.
No, I'm just saying I'm giving it to you to go for SADPMR and STT to respond.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chairperson. Okay, SDNPR, can you respond, please?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to respond, but Chair, can you assist me with the last question about rental at OR Tambo?
No, I might be wrong. My understanding is that there was an issue where there was no clarity. Is it you or is it on the movement to the new premises?
Okay, I think we might have reported that we have moved to OR Tambo. However, we're still finalizing the issues of the lease agreement with the landlord.
Yes, that's exactly the question. That's the question.
Yes.
If you say it's a work in progress, that's fine.
Yes, it's work in progress, not been finalized.
Okay.
Okay, so Chair, on the issue of engagement with SARS that was raised by Honorable Lorima, we've had meetings with SARS where we have raised these issues, and I've reported before that we have had a submission written to SARS, and there was no positive response in that regard. But then we followed up with invitations to SARS to address these issues. They've also been attending our workshops. One challenge is that SARS is a huge entity with a maze of sections and different units with different unique mandates. But we have managed to work through their stakeholder office just to ensure that we get to a relevant management structure. Then we managed to get them on board and pitch our problem. Maybe the challenge is that at this stage, the issues that we raised with them have not been pitched at the correct level on their side. They are working on it. We are hoping that when they give us feedback, this time it will be positive. Because the main challenge that we are having is mainly an administrative matter than a legislative matter. The legislative aspect thereof is handled under the Diamond Export Levy Admin Act and the Diamond Export Levy Act. That is another issue that needs a serious consideration by all the parties involved. And the decision lies, of course, with the National Treasury and SARS to decide how they deal with it. But on the administrative aspect, I think if we continue to communicate this matter with them and work through the relevant channels, maybe through the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, we can arrive at a solution on the administrative side of it. With regards to how we manage to deal with backlog, of course, there's been a huge improvement. We have looked at our standard operating procedures and mainly identified that one of the challenges was on the initial stages of the application. So when applications were lodged, there will be information that is lacking or incomplete. So we sat down and said, help desk, how can we best deal with this at help desk stage? So we set up at the help desk and improved services at that point. So when an application comes in, it will be screened through before it's accepted to avoid that at the end of the day, it will be refused or rejected. Then we also looked at shortening our timeframes within the interaction between different divisions in the regulator. One of the things that I mentioned earlier was the collapsing of silos through the optimal utilization of resources. So you would have 2 units with the same mandate, taking long to work together to produce reports. But now that has been collapsed into one unit, so it's going to facilitate the process as well. So in short, Chairperson, that's how we got to deal with the backlog. Actually, in Q4, we didn't have any challenge in terms of backlog. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. From the State Diamond Trader, I will attempt to answer certain questions and request our operations manager also to assist Chairperson if you agree to that. However, Chairperson, the first question that was asked by Honorable Lorima is basically about the environment. Because if you look at the pastel, one of the issues that we looked at was how do we, as the State Diamond Trader, contributing to the environment? But because we are not a mining, we are more based in the office. So we have to look at the contribution that is there. So the transportation of the diamonds from the producers and also by the companies that we are using. So they do have an impact on the emission that they produce. So basically, because we don't have the electronic way of purchasing, we do go to the market and it's being transported. So they do at the element produce some emission on the environment. The other issues that are being questioned are basically around the business model of the State Diamond Trader. When you look at the percentage of rough diamonds that we sell or we buy, the market value that is there, the run of mines, all of those are within the model that we have as a State Diamond Trader. Because in terms of the legislation, we, as I earlier indicated, that we are a 3B, which we are a commercial entity. But at the same time, we have also have that element or a character of being a social or a developmental entity where we are focusing on beneficiation. So basically, we are being looked at as a commercial, but at the same time as a social entity. So we have to balance the two. At the end of the day, Chairperson, you must understand that as the State Diamond Trader, as a developmental, we don't receive any funding from the state. Hence, we are looking at that when we say the model doesn't assist us, because whatever we buy, we buy at the market price. What is it that the market wants to give to us? It's the negotiations that we have with the producers, and it depends on the supply and demand that is available at that time. Therefore, all what we are buying, we are transferring again to our clients. Then with our clients, we still need again to negotiate with the clients that we are producing. At the end of the day, that's a question of give and take situation that we have as the State Diamond Trader. So the issue of the run of mine is also a challenge for the State Diamond Trader, because we don't choose the gem, we choose what we are given by the producers. The Honorable also asked the question about the number of clients that we have. Currently, we have about 85 clients that we are having as a State Diamond Trader. And because of the limited, we're currently buying 4.5 out of the 10% rough that is there. Why do we do that? Is because of the commercial price of the suitability of the price or economic viability of the diamonds that we are producing. Because we sell what the clients want. And currently, the clients only require about 15% of the diamonds that are being produced in South Africa. And therefore, we cannot be in a position at the same time serve all the 85 clients that we have because of the limited diamonds that are being produced or what is wanted by the clients in South Africa. So basically, that's a challenge that we basically have. And there was also a question about the top 3 clients. Basically, about 66% of 66 to 70 sometimes of sales that we do is for basically to our top three clients. The other question about export, I'm sure the regulator can be the ones that can deal with, because they are the ones that are taking all the diamonds are being dealt with the regulator. The other question, Chair, that was asked by Honorable Relima is, let me check. I think I've covered, unless maybe the operations manager wants to add on 1 or 2 things that we've just covered.
Thank you, Chair. I think just in relation to suitability, a good example would be like if you got 1,000 carats, about 50% of that, which is 150 carats, is what clients deem suitable. And when we say suitable, we mean it is more gem quality goods, nicer quality goods, and then sizes will range from 1 carat and up. And that is preferred. So, not suitable is about 85%, so that's quite a lot of caratage. And I think in relation towards that fair market price, currently, majority of the goods that are being produced by producers are being sold through the tender or the auction price. So here the guys are competing for these goods, and whoever is more hungry for the goods will actually put a price on those goods. Now the reality is that sometimes those that won the parcel and those that lie second, third, and fourth, there could be a difference of anything between 20 to 30% difference on those prices, and that becomes a challenge because how do you define then what is fair market value? Is it the highest price that somebody is prepared to pay for it, or do you take second, third, and fourth and average that out and say that's where the market is? I think I'll stop there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm not sure whether we have covered all the questions that have been asked, but we think we did, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think we have responded to all our questions. We'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, SADPMR and State Diamond Trader with your presentations. Thank you to the department. Is there any point you want to make, Ma'am Kamet? Ma'am Kamet.
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, sorry. I'm getting all calls. Sorry, Chairperson, from the office.
I'm just saying any of your last words.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that, Chairperson. Thank you for all what we've done so far in terms of our presentations. Yes, indeed, they were long, but at least we were able to respond as well as we are supposed to have done so. And thank you so much. And we will then continue with, I think, not this coming week, Chairperson, because most of us will be on the mine or in the mining Indaba. And that's the request that we've made, to say that we might not even be able then to respond to the request for the study group next week. So we are requesting that maybe we could be excused for this coming week. and then maybe we'll attend to all the matters in the following week. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Thank you, honorable members, for your patience and the work that we have to do. Most definitely, we will not be needing you next week. We are working on the program with regards to the adoption of the reports that we would have compiled, and then we will make announcements with regards to the date of the, if I'm not mistaken, is the 19th, I think, the date of the budget vote in terms of the mini plenaries. So for your time, honorable members, you are well appreciated. Thanks to the department. No, Mr. Kons, I was just saying to you and Mr. Ngomezulu that we would have wanted to borrow your efficiency in licensing and give it to, starting with your principals, which is the department, so that we can quickly unlock all challenges or issues that relate to, yes, that relates to licensing. So that was my interest to say, hey, we can say in this case is a unique case. But on that note, thank you very much. We will, if there is any clarity that is needed, we will submit it in writing. The meeting stands adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Mama Linga.